attending. This is probably one of the larger crowds we've had since COVID. So I appreciate you turning out. Would ask if anyone's wearing a hat, that you remove your hat. And if you have a cell phone, if you could put that on silent or vibrate, please. Next, we're going to have a moment of silence to open our meeting. All right, and if you'll stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next item is the approval of the agenda. Mr. Hiss?
I don't think we have anything else to add. I think we got it enough.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the adoption of the agenda.
All right, you've heard the motion from Mr. Tuck to approve our agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Agenda is approved. Next, we have the citizen comment period. This is a 15-minute citizen comment period. We do ask citizens to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. And this is on anything that does not have a public hearing. So if you want to speak about something that has a public hearing later, then wait till the public hearing. Otherwise, this is your time to speak. I do have one person signed up for the citizen comment period. That's Daryl Campbell.
Want to talk about the broadband advisory?
If you could come up here and speak at the microphone. Just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Daryl Campbell. I'm a development manager in DBA of the managed VMI's ERP system. I live at 1247 Hutchins Road in Montvale. I've worked at VMI for over 23 years. I've worked in IT for 35 years. I've been on the advisory committee. I understand there's an item later about dissolving it. Is now the appropriate time to talk about this?
Yes, I don't believe that's a public hearing, so yes, this would be the...
Okay, well, you know, I've been on it since it began. Frank Rogers put me on it. Actually, you know, he put me on it, and I attended probably 98% of the meetings in the last 11 years. You know, the committee provides a lot of community and citizen involvement. It consists of retired radio communication engineers, IT business consultants, IT directors, and network manager for Bedford County Schools, head of economic development of Bedford County, CPA, a guy who's very good at working grants, and actually one or two of the county supervisors regularly attended our meetings. It's a pretty very IT knowledgeable group. But I guess given the current status, how it's been working, I'd probably say I recommend dissolving it. The committee. I recommend dissolving it. But there's been some very odd things throughout this time. From what I've seen, it appears the authority expects the committee to manage the projects and do the work of the broadband authority with no authority given to us. Committee voted, I'll give you an example. The committee voted to have the SDS removed from the Montville Tower for non-payment and low performance. And the motion was ignored by the county manager. After multiple requests, it took over 6 months for a contract. That's, you know, that's what our recommendation was. Then SDS needed to be relocated to allow Blue Ridge to install their equipment. And no progress is made until I sent multiple emails prodding it along. And I feel like that probably ultimately slowed the project down, you know. And when you're a consultant Mr. Condilia showed his expected performance for our area, I inquired what changed? What changed from what SCS was doing? And he was basically ignored. So then eventually he said, well, they got better equipment. So I have not received any calls since Blue Ridge says they're transmitting, since they do not believe they're even covered our area without phase 2, which we already knew would be required, but nobody really wanted to acknowledge it. So I heard one of your supervisors, I think it was Mr. Scott, specifically asked one of the guys at the groundbreaking, would we really get 95% coverage? And I believe he was told yes. And I'm sitting there, it's like, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. Trying to be optimistic, but not without the repeater towers. Ain't happening. So, ignore it again. You got another guy, another people, seems to be protecting another vendor. This is the Blue Ridge Water Authority. He let them write specs that Blue Ridge Towers couldn't even meet. I mean, it's just, that slowed the project down seriously. That's devastated your project, close to it. And then, you know, the initial thing was, project management was totally missing from the Montville project due to Carl Vargas. And I think it's pretty weak this time on the second project. Our meetings are initialized by the county manager or Angela, and they're just bullet points. There's no documentation. There should have been a read ahead, and if he'd have documented it to that fashion, the Broadband Authority would have been noticed, would have been able to read that. And it wouldn't have been no issues, no surprises. So, it seems like Franklin and Botetourt's rocking. Rockbridge County is absolutely rocking, and even Bath County is doing well. So, Bedford County spent approximately $250,000, $250,000 in Montville, and was told they got 100 customers. That's fairly weak. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Many of the people in my area, and people even close to the tower, backside of the community center, is still dead. To my knowledge, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, that whole area is still dead. So I look forward to your group raising your involvement, start participating, and we'll expect more. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Comments? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during the citizen comment period?
I have a comment from a citizen that he asked me to share.
Sure, go ahead.
W.P. Johnson called me this afternoon and said he was going to try to be here. I don't see him. But if he wasn't here, he asked me to share with the board his concerns about broadband and what an impact he knows that it has on our educational system, how important it is to our children and to the businesses. But also he was very concerned about agriculture. He said that the farming community is spending millions of dollars on equipment that depends on it to accurately operate, and that they've got, he likened it to a pro fisherman, bass fisherman, having all the latest technology out there to find the fish but no battery for his boat. And he said that's kind of the way the farmers are in a lot of cases, that they just don't have that it's very important to the farmers for the broadband to succeed and for them to have high-speed internet access, and he just wanted to pass that along from the agriculture community.
All right, seeing no one else, I'll close the citizen comment period. And, sorry, we will move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Hiss?
All right, we have several items under consent this evening. They are a resolution authorizing the advertisement of a request for proposals for on-call architectural and engineering services, a resolution authorizing a work order for preliminary engineering services to close the Bedford County landfill, a resolution authorizing the submission, acceptance, and appropriation of a PSAP education grant, and that's referring to the 911 Center. A resolution authorizing the submission, acceptance, and appropriation of a Virginia Tourism Corporation Recovery Marketing Leverage Grant. A resolution from VDOT adding Highland Oaks Drive to the secondary system of state highways. A resolution authorizing the advertisement of an invitation to bid for improvements to the Board of Supervisors meeting room. And one that was added is consideration of a resolution authorizing the advertisement of an invitation to bid for re-roofing the Montvale Library.
All right. You've heard the list from Mr. Biggs. Any comments, questions? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Going back to the boardroom here. If I may,
Go ahead.
I feel like in light of the current situation, and we don't know what 2021 is going to bring financially with the huge debt that our federal government is placing us under, I feel like we should be very conservative and thoughtful in what we spend towards the improvements in this boardroom. Construction materials are at an all-time high. For instance, changing the dice here, I think we should leave it as it is. I think we should only make the necessary changes that are required upon us by the agencies as they are, and minimize expenses, minimize our expenses.
Well, if this, because it's on the consent agenda, this is not going to be unanimous in any way.
You shouldn't even be
then we
able
have to
to
remove
discuss
it
it.
from the consent agenda.
Yeah, it has to be removed to even discuss it.
All right. So, are you asking that we remove that item from the consent agenda?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, and we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda without that item.
All right, so we've got a motion on the table or on the floor to approve the consent agenda after removing the changes to the boardroom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Will that be sufficient, or do I need to do a roll call, please?
Yeah, that's good.
Because it's unanimous. All right, we're gonna the boardroom changes, action item.
$114C.
Let's just make it 9H. One second. Okay. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for June 22nd, 2020.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have one correction, line 217, as abstained, Mrs. Parker, and I should be under the yes category.
Yep.
If there's no other corrections, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
Okay. You've heard the change by Mrs. Parker, line 217. Any other changes? All right. Mrs. Parker made a motion to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have public hearing and presentations. First, we have a resolution in recognition of Assistant Chief Nick Rice.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, this matter involves May 2nd of this year. We had a residential structure fire on Joppa Mill Road that was kind of a typical fire, as some would say, residential, wasn't a very big home, 1,500 square feet. Fire in the basement, extended upstairs to the first floor of the first division. We had pretty good control on the fire from the folks that were on scene, and then we had one of our firefighters become somewhat disoriented and have some difficulty and declare a mayday, which involved the communications center being significantly involved. This person was separated from her partners, had her mask off, was having some radio difficulties, and then actually became unresponsive. She was later flown from the scene to Wake Forest Hospital for airway burns, and she was unconscious when she left the scene. We had 2 firefighters that were taken at Bedford Memorial Hospital, and 1 was transported to Roanoke with 4 members that were injured. 3 of them got out under their own power. The one that was rescued by members of the Rapid Intervention Team, which is a cadre of specially trained firefighters from specific departments around the county that actually went in and located her, gave her some immediate care and some treatment, got her outside, got her onto the porch into the hands of the EMS members. This is a special duty, it's a unique duty, and it's something that requires a higher degree of training than the standard firefighter. That's why these members are assigned as part of the Rapid Intervention Team or part of a Rapid Intervention Company. The actions of Assistant Chief Rice and Firefighter Moore that night, without doubt, saved the young lady's life. She is alive today and she's back to work because of their actions, their heroic actions, and the fact that the tactical proficiency to accomplish the tasks that they did. So, Mr. Chair, I'll read the proclamations, and it pertains to Assistant Chief Rice and to Firefighter Moore. Resolution recognition of Firefighter John Moore. Whereas on May 22nd, 2020, there was a reported structure fire on Joppa Mill Road, whereas multiple Bedford County Fire and Rescue agencies responded to mitigate the fire, and whereas firefighter became trapped and incapacitated and declared a mayday, necessitating the activation of the Rapid Intervention Team, and whereas firefighter John Moore and Assistant Chief Nick Rice, assigned to Ladder 1 of the Bedford Volunteer Fire Department, responded as part of the RIT company at the incident. Whereas demonstrating excellent situational awareness and exemplary firemanship skills, they rapidly located the downed firefighter, and as part of the team, rescued this member and removed her from the area as it was dangerous to life and health due to considerable dense crude oil smoke. Whereas their action enabled other responders to provide necessary emergency medical care, allowing for the rescued firefighter to be transported to Wake Forest Burn Center. Whereas, due to the efficient and selfless performance, the rescued firefighter has made a complete recovery and returned to full duty. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Bedford County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize firefighter John Moore for his meritorious actions and sincerely thank him for his service to his fellow firefighters in Bedford County. Signed this day, John Sharp, Chairman, Bedford County Board of Supervisors. Resolution in recognition of Assistant Chief Nick Rice. Whereas on May 22nd, 2020, there was reported structure fire on Joppa Mill Road, and whereas multiple Bedford County Fire and Rescue agencies responded to mitigate the fire. Whereas a firefighter became incapacitated and declared a mayday, necessitating the activation of the Rapid Intervention Team. Whereas Assistant Chief Nick Rice, Firefighter John Moore, assigned to Ladder 1 of the Bedford Volunteer Fire Department, responded as part of the RIT company at the incident. Whereas demonstrating excellent situational awareness and exemplary firemanship skills, they rapidly located the downed firefighter, and as part of a team, rescued this member and removed her from the area as it was dangerous to life and health due to considerable dense fuel oil smoke. Whereas their actions enabled other responders to provide necessary emergency medical care, allowing for the rescued firefighter to be transported to Wake Forest Burn Center. Whereas due to the efficient and selfless performance, the rescued firefighter has made a complete recovery and returned to full duty. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Bedford County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize Assistant Chief Nick Rice for his meritorious action and sincerely thank him for his service to his fellow firefighters in Bedford County. Signed this day, John Sharp, Chairman, Bedford County Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I see we have a number of firefighters here tonight. Thank you for your service to Bedford County. Next, we have a public hearing. This is agenda item 8A, ordinance 0092820-06. This is a rezoning application, RZ 050002, proffer amendment for Bellevue Terrace subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give a brief presentation for you tonight on this proffer amendment request. As you mentioned, this is rezoning application RZ 050002, submitted by Constantine Roscoe. Subject of this request is tax map number 114-A-82. Property is located on Route 221. Adjoining addresses to the subject property is 10235 Forest Road. Existing zoning of that property is AV, and that was what the property was rezoned to back when the original rezoning was approved. It's located in election district number 7. And here is the proposed proffer modification that the applicant is requesting. It is a new proffer, it's number 9, and I'll read this as it was submitted. Any development of tax map number 114-A-82 shall be in compliance with the regulations of the AV district, except that development shall be limited to residential uses only as permitted therein. Tax map number 114-A-82 shall not be subject to the other proffers associated with the rezoning application RZ 050002. Here is an aerial photograph of the subject property. And here is the Planning Commission's recommendation for you. Planning Commission did hold a public hearing for this proffer modification on July 21st, 2020. It's important to note that the applicant had originally requested a proffer that would have removed all the proffers for the property, so the property would have been open to any development that was available to it in the AV zoning district. After hearing citizen concern regarding the property being developed with non-residential uses, the applicant requested to amend the proffer modification. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 6-0, did table a decision on that application that evening in order to give staff the time to review the new proffer amendment and to get it signed from the applicant. So on August 18, 2020, the Planning Commission reviewed the revised proffer modification request By a vote of 6-0, the Planning Commission recommended acceptance of that proffer modification request, new proffer number 9, to the Board of Supervisors. And here are the list of the original proffers for this project. As you can see, it's a heavily residential related proffers. Proffers that would contain specific square footages of the home, building materials of the home. The number 8, of course, is a buffer, a 500-foot buffer will remain undisturbed. To my knowledge, that still does. It is still undisturbed today. You have any questions I can answer from a planning and zoning perspective?
So other than saying that it's going to be residential, all the request is that all the other proffers be removed?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, I'm familiar with terrace view. I mean, these are fairly large homes, large lots. So the lot size, square footage for the home size, all of those requirements would go up.
Correct. So you'll be looking at lots that would conform to that, could possibly be as small as half-acre lots, pretty much. That's what the AV district would allow when you have water available to it.
Jordan, the homes that are in there now, the homes that are going to be built, are they going to be, I didn't have a chance to read all of it, but it looked like it was 2,500 square foot for a single one-story house and 3,000 for finished living space. How does that compare with what's there now?
I mean, the homes that are built there now are compliant with these requirements. I don't know if you recall, we did have a proffer member request for some other lots in there pretty recently where the developer was trying to amend these restrictions for the infill lots.
And that got refused, got denied.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure this is a different.
This is a totally different property.
It is very similar to one we heard not too long ago.
That's what this sounded very familiar.
Right,
Yeah.
but, so in other words, those requirements are in existence for the existing homes. All of those requirements you just saw would go away and they would not
Okay.
exist.
I'm good.
Just for this lot, just for the big lot. The other homes and the infill lots and the Bellevue Terrace lots, as I like to say, on Bellevue Road, would all develop under the proffers that are currently 1 through 8. Just this lot here would not.
Is there a lot, like in the existing proffers, is there a lot size specified?
No. I'm sorry, going the wrong direction there. No. The lots on Bellevue Road would be larger for the AB district you would typically get though when you do have water available to it.
There's currently water along 221, right?
Yeah. Should say it's close enough by that it would maybe be required to hook in depending on how many lots it is. Just,
So
yeah, it's close enough by.
What are the modifications now?
Sorry, say
What are the new modifications of the new proffer?
There wouldn't be any.
Too far backwards there. Just that they would develop under the AB zoning district standards. So that would be, there's 3 different types of lots. That's your R1, basically your density in your R1 district, where you get the a lot size that you would have, which would be an acre lot for somebody that doesn't have public water and sewer. You would get a 20,000 square foot lot minimum for property that had one or the other. And if you had both, you could go down to a 10,000 square foot lot.
Yes.
Jordan, what does it do to the present home values of the houses that are there now? To the neighborhood home values?
Well, I think that the original proffer that was requested, there was a lot of question about that because it could have developed in many different ways. I mean, I think that, you could see homes develop that may be not as expensive as the homes that are currently there. Or you could see something very similar to that. It just depends on who they sell this property to. It's not, I don't believe that I think Russ will tell you this too if he's here, everyone's here tonight, but they don't intend to develop it. They're wanting to sell the lot to someone who will develop it. So I don't know what they're planning to build there, but you're opening up a pretty broad spectrum there of things that could be built there. So when you say residential homes, that could be manufactured housing. It could be some of those types of housing there that may not be as desirable too, but it would still be residential in nature. It wouldn't be a commercial use like a Dollar General that could also be permissible in an AB district or something like that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
What type of precedent would we be setting if we approved, in other words, these proffers were made?
That's a question we can discuss. Only question for staff. You still have to hear from the public. You can ask that question when we're talking about it and when it goes up. Any other questions for staff?
I'm kind of curious, what is the staff's recommendation? I know that's what the planning commission recommended.
Well,
You
that's a tough
concur?
one.
What do you recommend?
I would say my professional opinion would be that you should probably let them stand, as is. The reason being is because there's too much questionable about what could actually be built on the lot that's not being defined by the
I feel
applicant.
that way. That's the way I'm feeling.
All right. Time
Thank
to
you.
hear from the public.
Thank you,
All right.
Jordan.
This is item 8A. I do have one person signed up to speak on this item. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, we need to hear from the applicant. You're correct. Thank you, Mrs. Parker. It's been a while since we've had a hearing.
I don't know what we'd do without Tammy.
Thank you. I'm Russ Orson with Perkins and Orson. If I can step over to the map. This is the property that we're talking about, and this is the Bellevue lots that have developed. You can see the lot homes. And this is under current development, and this is what was before you relatively recently for these. All of these lots are accessed off of Bellevue. This is a completely separate tract of land and will be accessed off of road entrance 221. This is a relatively significant hollow that goes down here with this creek right here. So it's a totally separate piece of property from the Bellevue lots. I was here in 2005 before this body and got this rezoning done. And it was quite difficult to get this property out of the AV district. In fact, I was continued a couple times. It went on for 2004 into 2005. So the zoning ordinance that the county had drawn up had an AV district on a bunch of this property. If you'll recall, the 1 mile radius from town center came through the property, so it was split zoned. And Bedford County has learned that split zoning is not a good idea, but it was split zoned. So it was already AV, a bunch of this property was already AV. My client had a vision for this property that was very expensive homes on very large lots. You asked if there was a minimum lot size. We proffered the layout that we had done, which had 2 acre lots, and so that was proffered. So they were going to average about 2 acres a piece. So 2008 kind of changed a lot of people's plans, and they haven't been able to sell the property since. And we'd just like to go back to the AV district for the part that was AV. It wasn't all AV, but for the part that was AV that the county thought should be AV, we wanted to go back to AV. And it is completely separate from the Bellevue property. And I think if we were doing infill within that part, I would get it for people that had already bought a house. But this is perhaps somebody could see it from there. I'm not sure, but it's totally separate. And we appreciate Planning Commission voting unanimously to recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Yes.
I have a question. The other lots are accessed by Bellevue Road, and you say this is going to be accessed by
221?
221. Will it have an access from Bellevue Road?
No, it's impossible.
Will there be a back road?
No. It's topographically impossible. Not impossible, it's topographically, nobody's going to do it. And these lots are already created, so.
And what's the buffer? What's going to be the buffer zone behind the lots on Bellevue to the?
Just AV district buffers, whatever the county has seen fit to put on the property.
So whatever that is, it's not in a proffer. That was the previous,
50-foot.
but what, that was the previous proffer.
It still stands. It would still stand if you were to approve the request as well. This wouldn't.
It would be in the form of a
That's
proffer.
correct. I guess you would say it would not apply to this property anymore.
It wouldn't apply to this property, it would still apply to Bellevue Terrace property.
So theoretically, it could be a 10-foot buffer zone.
It's whatever, I don't know what the AV buffer is, but whatever the county ordinance you guys have decided it to be, that's what it would be.
There would not be one. The AV district does not have a buffer requirement between itself.
They have setbacks.
Setbacks, yes.
Right.
So there's nothing to prevent them from clearing the trees and
Yeah, because this property here would not apply to this lot.
any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll open this up for public comment. And first, I have signed up Kelsey and Brian Zilka.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Zilka. This is my husband, Brian. We just recently moved into 7619 Bellevue Road. So this is a little bit new to us, but we've been doing a lot of research, so there are some concerns that we definitely want to address. Definitely one of the reasons why we purchased this property is due to the assurances of the surrounding community on how it would be developed, as we looked into the proffers before we bought the property, so that way we knew what we were getting into and how our community would be developed around us. We also purchased our property due to privacy. We definitely like that we have a lot of woods around us. We have no problem with the area around us being developed, but one of the things that we thought would be insured is that 50-foot buffer that is in the proffers currently. So that's something we would definitely want to stand. And then have some comments about the no restrictions on home makeup. How would that affect us? Neighboring values in the neighborhood, if they tend to put different types of homes, they would be lowering the median value of the homes, which then of course would affect us, which we don't want to have that. Now, you guys did address how the entrance would be dictated. There is a lot beside us that is not currently developed yet. It is purchased, but it is not developed. So that is something that could be done if someone had bought that property, since there is not a home there, and we would not want that to be an entrance to a community right beside our house.
The removal of the proffers would remove the requirement that the entrance to that lot come off of 221. So by removing that proffer, you potentially allow them to put the entrance to whatever new development goes in there right beside our lot. The traffic on that road would be problematic at best. I mean, the road is not very wide to begin with, and then constant traffic in and out. I mean, it's hard for me to even drive my truck past another vehicle coming in and out of there, let alone constant traffic. I mean, it'd be a nightmare.
Not really sure. I know that they were talking about selling the property so that way they could just build whatever on there. We actually had a very hard time buying a home in the community that we did, because whenever we were coming down, we would look at a house, we would have an appointment set up to go see that house, and by the time we got there with our realtor, it was already under contract. We actually bought this house before it went on the market, and thankfully we were able to get that. We love the area, and the neighborhood is great. And I think there's a very high demand for homes like the homes that are currently there.
And homes that would be required by these proffers to be developed on that property if it were to be developed along those same lines.
And speaking of property values, I know that in the last minutes that we saw, I believe it was from January, that the property values were about 550 on their appraisals. I can attest that our property values have been going up due to the appraisal that was recently done on our home. So our area is definitely very desirable. We definitely bought into a developing community, knowing that the proffers would protect our investment in years to come, and we welcome further development of this community along those proffers. We don't want the proffers to change, but we definitely want how the community develops. It's definitely an area that can develop, and it would be beautiful as it does. We want that to continue. We would ask you not to change the proffers now or in the future, as we would like those to stay on the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have signed up to speak on 8A. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Hello, Joanne Miller, 7289 Bellevue Road. Just want to remind you, you're talking about a historic district. I think the buffers are important to the property to keep that historic feel. So just please remember you're dealing with historic property, and I think that's been proven now. Yes, so, you know, we do want to preserve this for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir. I'm Cecil Arthur, and I own the property that is 10235. You know, and I've got the longest stretch, you know, from this property, and it's a real uphill, you know, from my property, and it'll be a street above it, and if they put houses, you know, all the way across this thing with septic systems and drilling wells, which right now they'd have to do, it would, you know, it'd be a lot of drainage coming to my property, and it would, you know, cut the value of what I've got down, and I'd have to have a lot more maintenance on it. And I also have a home on 7033 Bellevue Road, and of course we don't want to do anything that might somewhere down the line add traffic to the Bellevue Road. And I pretty much agree with everything, you know, the two people in front of me said. But, you know, if they have a lot more houses in this thing, it all have to go out on 221. 221 already has so much traffic on it, you know, morning and night, that it's dangerous. So, you know, if we have smaller houses and a lot more lots on that thing, it's going to add no telling how much more traffic and be a lot more dangerous. So me and all of the neighbors I've talked to would like to leave it just as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur.
I'm Tracy Rustler. I live at 7053 Bellevue Road. I would just to clarify, so if you took away all the proffers, basically you could build anything on that property, right? You could put a trailer, park, manufactured homes, kind of, okay. So if you drive down 221, I mean, I don't think that's really what you see as you drive down 221 towards Bedford or Forest. And I just think, you know, if you open up that can of worms, it's going to cause more cans of worms down the road. So I would just hope that you would not remove the proffers, you know, as they stand. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any others? Anyone else before I close the public hearing? All right. And a response from the applicant?
If I was here trying to zone that property AV, it would be a hard sell. It's zoned AV. It was zoned AV by the county. The regulations were made by the county of what they thought was appropriate for that property. My client thought he had come up with something better. It turns out it didn't go over. So we're asking him to go back to what the county had determined in your process what was best for that property. We're trying to go back to that, not what we thought was best, what the county thought was best in your ordinance for that property. So I know it would be a high bar if I was coming in here and asking for AV where there had been none, but I'm trying to go back to what the county thought was the best use for that property. And we went through the process with Planning Commission, and even though I know that boards don't always agree with planning commissions, going through the work to get unanimous Planning Commission recommendation, means something, or I think it should mean something. So we'd like to go back to what the county thought was best for this property. Thanks.
All right, I'll open it up to the board for discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dick?
I support the folks who argue the point of keeping the proffers as is. I don't think anything's to be gained by the county by changing them. And certainly those folks that came down here and bought this property want exactly what they got. Knowing what the proffers were at the time, and the folks that live on, the other folks that live there on that road, it should stay as it is. And also, I travel 221 enough to support Mr. Arthur's point, which is well made and not made enough. 221 is a hazardous road, and to have unlimited housing on that piece of property is a huge mistake. Something's got to be done to 221 before there's any further expansion as far as I'm concerned. So I'm certainly opposed to changing the property.
I have a question for George.
Sure.
What was the deciding factor for the planning commission to make them vote 6-0?
The planning, the commentary that we had for the public hearing is that everyone that came out that evening was upset that the property was going to be developed for something other than residential uses. So therefore, as I mentioned to you in my presentation, that Mr. Orson and his client were willing to take the other types of development off the table and to go with the residential uses, which is why they unanimously voted that that's what they heard from the citizens that night. Had some of the comments, I guess, been made differently that night, maybe it would have come out a little differently as well.
Did the planning commission know that included trailer parks and stuff like that?
Well, trailer parks would still require a special use permit, so they would have to go through a hearing process for that. But yeah, we did talk about that at the second meeting, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Jordan, the concern about a possible entranceway off of Bellevue through that vacant lot, is that or is it not a possibility?
I think Mr. Orson said that while it may not be possible from a financial standpoint, it's physically possible.
We proffered a plan that shows no connection there, so.
Yeah. And this gully / hollow creek area, could you put that back on the map? Just how wide is that through there? I mean, is this 50 foot, 100 foot? I can't really tell much.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How wide is it from the top of the bank to the top of the bank going down in the creek?
It's relatively.
The creek itself is only maybe 8, 10 feet wide.
Turn the topo on if you can.
Is there a bank going down that's what,
On one side.
4 feet?
Yeah, see if I can get there. The property just slopes down this way on all these lots here. If you've ever been out to the Trivium, this is well below the grade of the Trivium itself. I think what Mr. Orson's saying is that you have, they proffered a plan, when they got the original rezoning approved. However, when you take apart some of those pieces of that plan by taking this lot and you are going to then get rid of the other 8 proffers that are going to apply to this proffer, does that mean that they could possibly make a connection to that? I have to ask Patrick on that one, but I don't think so, and the reason I'll say that is because if this was a residential lot here and not an entrance lot, I don't believe that would be the possibility, just off of my understanding.
That was my point I was trying to get to.
There's no stub road there.
Right.
Correct. On the plan that was proffered, was part of the concept plan with that rezoning, there was no connection piece from Bellevue into this property. It was all from 221. There's a turn lane that's also mentioned in the proffers that would accommodate that entrance.
And is everything to the right of this property all AV?
Talking about over in this area here?
Yes.
No, this is AR.
No, that's AR.
So the way this AR arc works is like, as Mr. Wilson was saying, it kind of arcs through here like this. And like I said, a portion of this property was zoned AV. Actually, the majority of the property was zoned AV back in that time, and the back part was zoned AR. So yeah, so when they did this, they got this whole property rezoned to AV, and they had a plan done. The plan actually is, it would be less development than an AV blank slate lot would be. It would be a smaller lot amount given the amount of acreage.
Sorry, I've got some more questions on it. So there is no plan for the current owner to develop this, which is why we're being asked to go back to AV. So there's no guarantee that anyone's going to come in there, though it would be likely. Someone else comes in here and they want to develop this. Is that going to be back before us?
That's a good question. What I would say to you is that whenever they sell this lot here, it's going to have all the other, if you were to approve of this, the other 8 proffers are not going to apply to it. You'll have a new number 9 proffer that will limit it to only residential uses. And that will be any residential use you have in the zoning ordinance. I think a mobile home park was mentioned. That will require a special use permit, but it wouldn't mean that maybe the new owner couldn't come back before you to try to amend that again. If you're an owner, you can ask for the request, or if you have the permission of the owner, you can ask for the request.
So the idea is the property is probably more marketable, more valuable if it doesn't have the same restrictions that it currently has. That's the summary. That's from a raw landowner perspective. Now, from a homeowner perspective, it's a different perspective. But the less restrictions, the better, as far as being able to market on property. I'm sure. So that's what they're trying to do.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
have one more question. Was the piece of property we're talking about and the property along Bellevue owned at one time by the same person?
Yes.
It gave the proffers for both pieces of property?
Yeah, Mr. Roscoe owned all of it at one point.
So the proffers were made with the lots on Bellevue and that piece of property?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just look at there and I see the Trivium, I see all the Bellevue big houses, Casa Loma, the street, those are all large lots and large homes. I just don't know why we would put in a neighborhood between, and someone tell me if I'm saying something wrong, but don't we try to keep neighborhoods pretty much similar?
That's the same argument we had when they were here before with the other 3 lots, right?
Right.
Or 5 lots, or whatever it was.
It just seems like it'd be strange to have one area where we're putting manufactured homes or whatever, and then you have all these big lots. I'm not opposed to as far as the road, because that area of 221, I think there would be plenty of access to it. It's not very highly traveled. I mean, when I've been down there. I'm going in and out, when I go in and out at Casa Loma, when I go in and out of Bellevue, I don't have trouble. Is it hard during rush hour? Yeah, during rush hour.
It's impassable.
I think the point you want to make here is that this area of 221 has a nice amount of sight distance.
It does, it has a lot of
turning.
sight distance, it's easy for me to get in and out of there. I don't have a trouble with that. I just think the lots on either side of it are nice large lots for nice large homes. I don't know why you'd chop it up and put a smaller, what do you guys think?
Mr. Chairman, I'm usually all for property owner rights. I think a man owns a property, he ought to be able to do what he wants to with it in just about every case, and as long as it's not a detriment to his neighbors. And it hurts me, but I'm not going to support this. I'm not going to vote for it. I think the kickback to the neighbors, I think it will affect their land values over time. Depending on what they put there, I think they could affect their land values in a negative fashion. I know the road, I know the houses there, they're well kept, they're well cared for, they're big houses, and I think they went in, some of the folks buying there, understanding that that's the neighborhood that they were going to have, and they weren't going to have lesser valued properties or homes there, and I'm going to vote against this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the folks that bought those homes and live in that neighborhood on Bellevue Terrace, is they bought that property, lived there with those proffers being understood. The man who bought that property with those proffers in place, he knew what he was buying when he bought it. And we could go back to the original, to a couple months ago in the meeting where we set a precedent, I believe there. But the point is we're gonna tell these folks that live there that we're gonna change it so that somebody else can make money off it, but they're gonna lose. That's clearly immoral, in my opinion. I think we need to leave, I'm voting for leaving the proffers stand as they are.
Any other comments? I would just add, I understand the market changes. I can tell you, I bought some stocks that, I thought were gonna go up and the market changed, and I held on up to it thinking it's gonna turn around, right? Now, I think I bought Dell, I was like the worst timer on Dell ever. I bought it like at the very peak before it just started plummeting. And it went up for years, and I thought, damn, I should have bought it, Oh, okay, I'm finally gonna buy it. And then it turned. Same thing happened with NT. I can name a number of stocks that went the other way right after I bought it. In this case, speculation was this is what the market's going to want. That's what we're going to set it up, and then that's what people came to expect. And then maybe the market changed, and it's been not a great market up until actually this year. Quite frankly, housing is booming right now in this area, and as the young couple, congratulations being able to buy a house worth twice the value of mine. But the reality is the market is such that people are buying homes where there's bidding wars, and so the market is a completely different market than what it was even this time last year. So, I understand this particular person doesn't want to develop it at this point, but maybe with the existing proffers, maybe they'll be okay marketing the property at this point. But the reality is, it's not the role of this board, I don't believe, to bail you out if you bet wrong, right? I mean, nobody bailed me out when I lost a lot of money on stocks that I purchased. And in this case, I don't think this board's role should be to say, well, let's change the rules so that maybe it's more marketable and maybe you can get a little more money for your property. I think you sort of bought what you want. Yeah, you got what you asked for, and now you gotta live with it. And unfortunately, I think that's where I'm going to fall down. I mean, I'm all for being able to use your property as you see fit. And I've said that time and time again, that the neighbor doesn't own the property, the county doesn't own the property, the person whose name is on the deed owns the property, and they should have the controlling interest in that property. But the person whose name is on the deed set up the rules, and now they want to change the rules. So that is where I'd say I'm not sure I can support that. So I won't be able to support this change. I'm surprised the planning commission voted 6-0, but that's okay. Sometimes we do. I'll entertain a motion, unless there's more discussion.
Well,
Clarify if the current owner is this original owner?
Yes.
Or same family, same people?
Yes.
So the same people in the very beginning that offered the proffers are asking?
Correct, and developed the first part of Trivium, or under it, and were unable to move the houses.
Well, I think since it's in District 7, that it's up to me. So after hearing all the comments, actually, can you hear me better? After hearing all the comments, I really was just on the fence until, and I appreciate you coming out and actually speaking to this, because this is what informs the board. And if you don't speak out, we don't know. So I really do appreciate y'all coming out tonight and speaking. And after taking everything in consideration, I'm not going to be able to support it as it is presented. So can I ask a technical question? Is it, they can't, do I have a choice to table and let them do something else or just deny? Do I have an option?
At this point, if you...
Up or down?
He can withdraw the request and start over.
Okay.
Once the meeting starts, they cannot amend the proffer.
Okay. Well, then I'll make a motion to deny the request. That would be ordinance, let's see, I'm not on, even on the right one.
092820.
092820-06.
All right, you've heard the motion from Mrs. Parker to deny the request to modify the property.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Mr. Orson does bring up a point. You could table it to make them withdraw and come back with a different proffer. Or you can deny, but then they're subject to, I believe, the 1 year look back.
So if we.
You can't vote on anything he suggests change or the applicant suggests changing tonight, but you could table it and they can come back with an amended proffer.
And they can withdraw what they put forward and do something different? Couldn't they do that anyway if I deny it? Or do they have to have a waiting period?
No, there's the 1 year waiting period.
It's substantially different, and it would just be slightly different.
Then I'll vote to table, and I will give you that.
Yeah, you have the motion on the floor, and I think we have to vote on.
Did you amend the motion on the floor?
I'd have to get a parliamentarian on that.
It could be, you can withdraw it, you can vote to withdraw the motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I withdraw the motion.
All right, then we have to vote to withdraw the motion.
To approve the withdrawal of the motion.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Parker, you
Yes.
vote to withdraw the
Yes.
motion. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Bainsley?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
And the chair votes no. But motion carries. All right, now you want to introduce another motion.
Well, I'll make a motion to table this. Am I just tabling this? How am I wording that?
Technically, it should be, if it's going to come back, it should be continued to another date. I think one or next.
And I would like to at least add a comment here if we're going to consider this. And
See, I know, this is probably not the time for discussion, but I don't know what they would bring back. But I don't want to just say, absolutely not. If they want to modify, I don't know what they want to modify. But I hate to just say, no.
I guess my concern here is then what we're doing is putting an additional pressure on the citizens to have to come back and address whatever comes up again. And they're gonna have to continually do that and keep an eye on it.
We've been doing it for a while.
We weren't notified at the last planning, that's why there was this.
That's why we're here.
And so,
We weren't notified.
so,
So they had another meeting and y'all didn't know about it?
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that meeting happened just after we had purchased our property, we were not notified.
So that's the kind of stuff that concerns me, that if we table this and then maybe they could change and then these people, then you're gonna take another evening to come back out here and deal with this.
And I have to take off work whenever.
Mr. Chair, don't they have a year to come back even if we?
Well, they would have to wait a year to come back, but they could come back if we do deny. And that's why I voted against tabling, we're withdrawing your motion. Because I'm of the persuasion, there's a market for this property as it is. This is the rule that is agreed to. And I really don't want to put the onus on the citizens that came out here tonight to have to come back here again. And so that's why I prefer your original motion.
Ms. Parker, are you going to make a motion?
I think I'm gonna have to make another motion.
Would you?
You got to withdraw
Well-
the last one?
She did.
So we've already withdrawn.
We've already withdrawn and voted. It's open for our motion now.
So
No,
it's-
she got one more. She just made a motion to table it.
Well, she was,
No,
No.
we didn't vote on the table.
Well,
We didn't
then
vote on
talked
table.
whether
She
it
didn't
was
motion
table
that.
or postpone, so we didn't
She was
really
asking
technically-
questions.
Yeah. Yeah, we're open for a motion.
Tammy, thank you, but it's hugely unlikely that I can come up with something different, so
Okay.
denial is
Okay.
about the same as continuance.
All right, then I'll restate my motion to deny the request.
Okay. Any further motions, Mrs. Parker, to deny? Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
I want to just make one statement here. If this property was separate from the Bellevue when the profits were made, but since they were all made together, I have to go along with Tammy.
Yeah.
This is a different situation if it was separate.
I would agree.
I agree.
Charlotte?
Yes to Tammy's denial.
All right. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes to Tammy's denial.
All right. And chair votes yes. So it passed 6-1 to deny. All right.
Thank you.
Next, we have a consideration of a resolution to approve a special use permit for construction of a 3-story, 82,000 square foot life care facility associated with parking
Thank you, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Arthur?
I'm doing well.
on 3.8 acres of a 6.91 acre parcel of property identified
Like to have his
tax
money.
map number 116A17. This is resolution R 092820-07. Staff presentation, Mark Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mark Jordan with the Bedford County Department of Community Development. As mentioned, for the board's consideration, a special use permit application SU 20-0006. The applicant is Runkin Pratt. As mentioned, the applicant is Runkin Pratt. The current owner is J&B Properties. As previously mentioned, the tax map number is 116A17. Location is along Forest Road, Route 221. Current size of the property is 6.91 acres out of the 6.91.
You can hold just 1 second, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. As mentioned, the size of the property is 6.91 acres. Out of the 6.91 acres, there is 3.8 acres to be utilized. The existing zoning is planned commercial development with corridor overlay, and the proposed use is a life care facility, 3-story, 82,000 square foot facility with associated parking, and it's located in Election District 4. The light green highlighted area is the location of the property. Zoning map, the light mauve color area is indicative of PCD, and the hatched area is indicative of corridor overlay. In close proximity, you also have PCD, you have R2, you have AR, and you have PID, surrounding zoning. And the future land use map of the subject property and the surrounding properties is mixed use. And this is a current aerial of the property. To the immediate right is the Food Line Shopping Center with commercial uses. In close proximity is a car wash, credit union, religious assembly located in close proximity to the rear. It's vacant. The Ashwood Townhomes is immediately across the road, and the Forest Middle School is across the road and to the right. And this is a conceptual plan. It shows the 3-story building. It shows a courtyard and associated parking. And under the project impacts, erosion and sediment control measures and stormwater management regulations will apply to the development of the site. Upon submittal of the required site plan, VDOT will require a detailed traffic impact analysis that addresses operating conditions and safety, along with an analysis of the existing entrance. And it's not anticipated there will be any increases in students for Forest Elementary School, Forest Middle School, and Jefferson Forest High School from the proposed use. The average age of the residents of the facility are 73 years of age, and I will make mention that the facility is not age restricted. And the Planning Commission recommendation on July 20th, 2020, the Bedford County Planning Commission, by a vote of 6-0, recommended approval with the following conditions. Condition number 1, the site will be in substantial conformance with the concept plan dated May 13, 2020, prepared by Hurt and Profit Incorporated. And condition number 2, any proposed lighting associated with the life care facility use shall be directed downward and away from adjoining properties. And with that, I can answer any questions you might have from a staff perspective, if any.
Yes.
How many residents do they anticipate here?
Not certain. The applicants in the audience, they can address that. 3-story, 82,000 square feet, so it's going to be quite substantial as far as residents go.
Can you tell me the definition of a life care facility?
Yes, I can. I just had it here, but let me get back to it, and I will read this verbatim under Article 2, definitions.
Mr. Chairman, are we hearing from the applicant?
We will.
Yes, okay. Okay, a life care facility, this is the verbatim definition of Article 2. It's a residential facility primarily for the continuing care of the elderly, providing for transitional housing progressing from independent living in various dwelling units with or without kitchen facilities, and culminating in nursing home type care where all related uses are located on the same lot. Such facility may include other services integral to the personal and therapeutic care of the residents. So that's the definition of a life care facility.
All right. Any other questions for staff? Okay.
Okay, I'm on standby. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
As I mentioned, the applicant's engineer is in the audience. Yep, so.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, next we'll hear from the applicant.
Evening. I'm Scott Beasley. I'm with Hurt and Profit. Really don't have much to add that Mark didn't cover already. I can describe the site plan and answer any technical questions that you might have, of course. But probably what you're going to want to hear from Mr. Brian Runk, who's going to speak after me on some of the to talk about the facility and what it is, what it's all about. The only things that I would kind of bring up is like Mark mentioned, the land disturbance is approximately 4 acres. It is a larger property, but on the east side of the entrance road, that area is not going to be developed as part of this project. There are no new entrances that are proposed for this development. All of the entrances are existing. The infrastructure is there. There are turn lanes out on 221. There's a eastbound left turn lane. There's a westbound right turn lane. The private drive comes up through, and we would provide access off of that private drive at the point where it bends to the east towards the Whole Food Line Shopping Center. The facility, this type of facility, which includes roughly 80 units, is a very low trip generator. So as far as developments or shopping center or out parcel developments, this is about as ideal as you can get. It's a low trip generator, as I mentioned. The infrastructure is already in place, as I said, and it's not going to impact the school system. I mean, these are not people with children of school age. So, and not to mention, it's just something that's needed in this area, and I'll let Mr. Runk speak to that. So, with that, I'll close my comments, and if you have any technical questions about the development, I'll be glad to answer them.
Yeah, I have one.
Sure.
You mentioned you're going to utilize the existing turn there. Is that going to be the only entrance into another facility?
Yep. I mean, they could access the shopping center entrance off of Periville Road, of course,
right,
and drive through the circulation drive.
To Lori's or towards the credit union?
Yep.
What do you mean by trip generator, traffic?
It does, you know, if you compare it to, say, a fast food restaurant, I mean, that's probably the highest trip generator that you could find. So it's not going to produce a lot of traffic, even with the size that it is. There's only 80
folks
units.
live there going in and coming and going a lot.
They're not coming and going a lot. And not to mention that, but the times that they come and go are different than the general, you know,
Rush hour.
adjacent.
Yeah, not rush hour.
Street traffic.
Any other questions? All right. There's one.
Oh, do you have the rendering that we sent you?
The planning commission meeting?
Yep.
While he's getting that up, could you say how many employees might be at this facility?
Sure.
I am Brian Runk. We estimate probably about 35 to 40 full-time employees and about 20 or 25 part-time employees. So this project, we came to the board about 3 years ago, and this was a request that was approved to be at the Ivy Hill Golf Course. This is the same project, it's just in a different location. So we've been delayed in actually starting that, and things happen for a certain purpose, and we feel like we have a much better location with better visibility in a better location. This property will allow people that to age in place in Bedford County. Right now, we currently have 5 different locations. We have only one facility, which is a memory care, which is in Forest at the McDonald Shopping Center there. So right now, currently, people that are in Bedford County basically have to go into Campbell County for care. So what this generates, that's the rendering. So it will be right there at the foot of the Food Line Shopping Center. We have recently purchased that Food Line Shopping Center, and we are renovating that now. That will be our corporate offices, and also at the Food Line Shopping Center in the old Food Line building will be at 40 beds of a adult daycare. So what happens there is that as folks maybe don't need a facility, they can use that daycare as well, but they're sort of on the same campus. So what happens there is folks that are in the county need, places as they age in place. This gives them that opportunity that is not here right now. So it's 80 units, all private rooms. There will be couples. So if the building was full, couple-wise, I would estimate you'd probably have about 95 people total. They do not go out much. They pretty much stay there. We have staff on 3 shifts that will come in, and then you have families that pretty much visit. But this is a definite need as folks in Ivy Hill and in the Forest area and in the county need somewhere so that as their loved ones have a stroke or have some issue, that they can have somewhere close by that is in the county that is there for them to stop, that's close by for them as well. Any other questions on the facility?
It's 3-story. I guess my only concern is fire. That's a beautiful facility.
Sure.
But I start seeing flames coming out of that roof, and that makes me concerned because that's a huge facility and a lot of lives that probably aren't, maybe not all, or probably many will be mobile, but not everyone's as mobile. And 3 stories it's a different animal to fight a fire.
Sure, it has all of the life safety that any other facility would have with your smoke alarms. It has 3 stairwells in it. That is always an issue if a fire happens, but typically if a fire happens, the fire is contained sort of where that fire happens, where the sprinkler is. And most of the times, you don't ever see a whole property, go up in flames. It's just that area, and it gets put out pretty quickly with the fire suppression system with that. So typically, and their staff are trained with that. So if there's any issues with that, they're trained how to do those kind of things. But and this this facility itself is geared to be more of a active senior. So we're really targeting that first right side of the building is a fitness center with a gym. So there's a swim pool, a swim spa there. There's a spa. There's a gym. So we're really targeting that active senior that hopefully will go golfing at Ivy Hill Golf Club, that will walk, that will do things such as that. So we're really not targeting the senior that's going to be bedridden. You know, in our program, there are other buildings that target that kind of population, and we typically try to have people go if they have care needs. They're sort of they are encouraged to move to other facilities that are more geared for that.
Is this similar to maybe one of your competitors out in Boonesboro?
Yes. The only difference here is that this has no memory care. Our forest property, which is about three miles down the road, would handle any kind of memory care there. So this is really geared for that active senior that is more independent. There are some rooms to where they can age in place, but it's really geared for that active senior.
Is this more along the lines of what you have it planned with Ashley?
Yes.
Plantation?
Yeah. The whole concept is that folks can come here, they can downsize from their home. Maybe one of the spouses has a stroke, something happens with that, but they can come here, but they're still active. I mean, we plan to have shuttles that would take them if they wanted to play 9 holes of golf, if they wanted to swim, or you know, use the courts at the golf course, those kind of things. So we're really looking to target that more active senior and have a more active lifestyle as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You know, I'm very concerned about high traffic count in that area, and I know you just said that there's not a high traffic count, but at the same time, it sounds like these folks will have their own automobiles and things of that nature, because they're gonna go golfing or whatever, right?
Well, we have shuttles. Honestly, we will offer shuttles for that. I mean, at our other facilities with COVID right now, we've been in lockdown, and they've been locked down, and we opened up, you know, slightly, and they all wanted to go out. But when they got to go out, pretty much they went to the bank, and they said there's not that much out there. So they really don't do as much as you think. They may go out for lunch, go out for banking, and things such as that. But and then what happens, folks do transition to where they have more care needs, and there's not as much need for driving. So at our other facility, which is a 4-story building, on the independent side, we probably have 20 to 25 people that have cars that drive. Most of them, you know, don't drive that often.
That's not much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, I'll open up the public hearing. I do have a couple people signed up to speak. First is Bill Moss.
My name is Bill Moss, 6773 East Lynchburg Salem Turnpike in Good, and I'm here, well, for a couple of different reasons, professionally and personally, to show favor toward the new Runkin Pratt property. On a professional basis, I'm the chairman of the board of the Bedford Area Chamber of Commerce, and we always look forward to business in Bedford County, and especially good business. And I can define good business in a couple of ways here in just a few minutes. But we with the chamber are looking for economic development, which this is, workforce development. You were looking at employees coming in to be employed by Runkin Pratt Properties, and to bring them to the Bedford County tax base, which we always like those tax dollars to be able to continue to help the county. I'll mention this too on the personal side. My in-laws lived in Ivy Hill last year, and my father-in-law with strokes and things needed more care. My mother-in-law couldn't handle it, so they both went into Runkin Pratt. As we looked around the entire area, we were looking for a good place that we wanted my mother-in-law, father-in-law, and then my wife's parents to be in. After we did our research on a personal basis, this was the place to be, Runkin Pratt. We love the way they care for our family. They're at Liberty Ridge. That's the one that's 4 stories over there. And I will say, too, that the independent living's on that top floor. The people are more mobile on that top floor anyway. My father-in-law started off on the bottom floor, and he's graduated a little bit, so he's up a little bit, you know, on the 3rd floor now. But they can be in the same facility, they're just not the same floor because he needs much more care. They really wanted to, because the rumor was, you know, for them, they said, there's going to be a facility from Runk and Pratt in Ivy Hill. They were excited about it. They were going to move into it before they needed it, but it didn't happen at the time. So to have this facility, if you look at Ivy Hill area and all the seniors in that particular area, this is a great facility. And if you like it or not, the ones in this room are going to get there too. We're all going there. And there is a lack, in my opinion, from when we did our search, there's a lack of good quality care for seniors. And when I get there, I want to have good quality care myself. You know, we all hope we don't need to do it, but it's inevitable, a percentage of us will. So, like I say, on a professional and personal note, I would like to see this facility.
Thank you, Bill.
Next, I have, I think it's Gary Verser.
Good evening, hope everyone is well. Gary Verser, I live at 305 Leaf Ridge Drive in Forest. I have been in this area, probably used that intersection for 22 years. So, not quite old enough to be there yet. But in 2016, we were all invited. When I say we, there were about 600 residents around the Ivy Hill area invited to West Manor. Didn't really know a lot about what we were going for, other than we knew Runk and Pratt was going to be there doing a presentation. I would say there were at least 40 to 45% of everyone that lived in that area, especially some older folks, that attended that meeting. And what was presented was the original plan, I think, that was approved by the board in 2016, September, October 2016. And what I was astounded by was the fact that most of the people there saw the need. There were very few. You can't get 250 people together without having a lot of arguing and questions, and there was, you know, food and everything, but regardless, people like to ask those questions. And what I was amazed by was it was presented in such a way, and a lot of the people that were there knew that there was a need. A lot of people that were there were thinking there's a place that I want to go. And so what ended up happening was, to a person, I don't think there was the 3 possible negative questions. And so what that told me as a younger person at the time was that there is a need. Okay, so I think number one, there's certainly a need. I have known Brian Runk in some fashion for about 4 years. So we're not friends, you know, we're acquaintances. But what I've also done in my past life was I was general manager at Ivy Hill Golf Course for a while. And what I've seen them do with that golf course and that area is amazing. What I've seen blows me away, because I've been out in that area 22 years, and there are a lot of people that live in that area that have seen changes with the golf course, changes with around where they live, changes, of course, where they're doing the corporate office now. And I've been an operations type person, project manager for a long time, and I have never seen people that absolutely say they're going to get something done, and they get it done. They get it done timely, they get it done very well, and it's always of a high value. And lastly, I would say I know a little bit about them and their family. They live there. The corporate headquarters is next door. And what I'm very much impressed about with working with them and dealing with them is that they listen. When the community people come together, or a neighbor comes together and says, hey, we got a problem, we need to talk to you about what your plan is. You know, a lot of big corporations don't care, but they do listen to the community. So I do think there's a need. I'll be there one day, I hope to live that long. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, we got it.
I'm Glenn Thomas, I live at 67 President Circle in Forest. Just wanted to address the traffic. Since Corporate Park Road's been open, we have about 200 employees at RST Marketing. My brother and I own that traffic is now moving out to 221, so it's not getting dumped on Perryville anymore. So I wholly endorse this, and I think it'd be terrific to have it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. I'm assuming no comments were made that the applicant needs to respond to, but this is the time for response.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I guess I do have one question, somewhat related, but you said did you purchase the Food Lion Shopping Center as well?
Yes, we have purchased the Food Lion Shopping Center. We are currently renovating that and improving that. All of the tenants that are there are staying there. We're taking the existing Food Lion building itself, and that will become our corporate office. And then part of that will also be this daycare center for adults, which I think is huge demand here as well.
Please assure me that there'll still be room for lorries.
Oh, definitely. They have renewed their lease. It's all good.
Okay, because if you were gonna get rid of lorries, I was gonna have a problem.
We're actually bringing Corner Burger there as well, so you have 3 restaurants there now as well.
All right, yeah,
So,
now lorries is a fixture in
yeah,
Forest.
for sure. Thank you.
All right, I'll open it up to the board for discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say on a personal note that I was kind of been associated or affiliated and done business with Runkin Pratt from, I'm going to guess, probably 20 years ago when he was in when he first started in Lynchburg, and then been and seen what he's done at Smith Mountain Lake behind Westlake, and then in Bedford with the columns, and Ashley Plantation over in Roanoke and Fincastle. And I just think we're very fortunate to have him doing what he's doing here in Bedford County, and just glad that he is part of Bedford County and fully support and endorse his project here.
Any other comments or discussion?
I would just say I'm tickled that you're bringing your corporate offices to Bedford County. Welcome. I'm just tickled to have you.
Chair? Yes.
Since this is your district and you chair, can you make a motion?
I typically don't. I'll let someone else.
I'll like
All right, Mr. Scott's making a motion.
I make a motion that we approve special use permit application SU 200006.
I think it's 7.
Do what?
Oh.
Resolution.
Yeah, the resolution number, yes. Okay. Resolution R 092820-07.
Oh. Anyway, I make a motion we approve that.
All right, you've heard the motion from Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Mainley?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Brian.
Next, we have a public hearing, consideration of an ordinance vacating Islamorada Court.
Easy for you to say.
Isle.
That's why they're making.
That's why they're asking to change the name.
Someone's gonna have to help me with that one, because.
Islamorada, I think is how it's
Oh, is that
pronounced.
right?
Yeah, okay.
You were right.
Okay, Islamorada. Court in Sunset K subdivision, section 1. Ordinance 092820-11. Staff presentation, County Attorney Patrick Scales.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did receive a petition from essentially all the lot owners at section 1 of Sunset K to change the name of Islamorada Court to Eagle Crest Lane. There's only one lot that's been sold in that subdivision. The rest of it is owned by the developer. Everyone has joined in, so you have 100% technically of the lot owners who are asking for this change.
Is it because they have a hard time pronouncing it as well as I have
I
a hard time?
suppose, and probably something a little more attractive to the tongue.
Okay.
So the regulations say that we have to have a minimum of 60% to approve the vacation and renaming. And in this case, we do have 100%. So I don't know if there's anyone here. We do have one of the petitioners here.
Okay. All right.
That'd be my presentation.
I'm assuming there are questions for staff. All right, I'll open up the public hearing.
I don't know if we want to hear from our petitioner.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the petitioner, yeah.
Actually, we've now sold 2 more of the lots in there that we're developing, but nobody could pronounce it, so we decided we wanted to change it.
Okay. And so, and I just fell right into that.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I have no one signed up to speak on this. Anyone wishing to speak? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to the board for discussion and possible action.
What district is that?
It's fine.
I believe it's
Mr.
So,
Tuck.
I don't think there needs to be a lot of discussion on it, but if there is, you can stop me now. But I move for the adoption of ordinance O-092820-11.
You've heard the motion from Mr. Tuck. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. All right. Next, we have public hearing consideration of an ordinance to amend the Bedford County zoning ordinance to address off-street parking construction standards for conference center use, resolution R092820-15. Staff presentation by Community Development Director George Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may recall this one. This was one that came to you back on June 22nd. It was a citizen-initiated text amendment to amend Section 30-91-6C of the zoning ordinance, which speaks to the construction standards of off-street parking, stacking, and loading spaces. And basically what this was requested to be was to permit a conference center use in the AP, AR, and AV zoning districts to have off-street parking that would remain gravel or remain in a grassy condition. On June 22nd, 2020, the board did vote 7-0 to initiate this text amendment. And on July 21st, 2020, the Planning Commission held a public hearing. There were no amendments or changes to the proposed text amendment, and the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of that text amendment to you tonight. So no changes to what you saw on June 22nd, same text amendment proposed. Do you have any questions I can answer from a planning perspective?
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll hear from the applicant.
We are the applicant.
Oh, yeah. Well,
You can speak during the citizen comment,
okay.
here.
All right. Then I'll open it up for citizen comment.
Switch glasses. Good evening, I'm Ty Mosby with Perkins & Orson. I'm assisting Glenn Thomas in the text amendment to the construction standards. Currently, it's required to meet VDOT standards, which is typically surface treatment, pavement, or concrete. Paved surfaces are expensive. They don't typically meet the rural character or agricultural nature. They increase stormwater runoff and pollutants. It's not really environmentally friendly. Providing gravel and grass option allows business flexibility to meet the growing or changing schedule and to meet site conditions. Costs are reduced for both paving and stormwater management. They're more in line with the rural character. You reduce runoff by less impervious area and increasing green space for absorption. As noted, the Amherst County allows a gravel surface. Campbell County allows gravel as a standard and grass as an exception. We appreciate your support on the text amendment, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is this related to any one particular project? Or?
It's tied to one project for Glenn Thomas, who is here, but I'm working on another project now in Bedford County that it would be directly applicable to. I also have done two previously in Bedford County that would have been enjoyed the privilege to have this approved. Really, the big thing here is you take a agricultural area that's trying to do a business. They've got some farming things going, but they're trying to look at this second way to make some money. And so when you try to grow this conference center, which is really more wedding venue related, it's not the 3-story conference center you're imagining. It's more of the barn look. Well, when you add in all the development cost up front, bam, it hits you. Even surface treatment is hugely expensive, you vast parking lot. So if you allow this in the right condition, which it's You know, if you've got a nice rolling field, you might gravel the first part, move into grass on the second. If you have a rainy season like you've had this year, the gravel will move quickly because the ladies in the high heels will complain, so it'll fix itself pretty quickly. But it definitely will help the agricultural group have another option. Thank you.
Anyone else? Glenn? I'm looking at you.
I think Ty summed it up. You know, I think, I don't mind coming up here. I think there's a lot of different farmers are getting hit with beef prices or dairy as well. I think it's giving people some options to be able to do some other things on their farm. And to ask anybody that does something on their farm to have to come in and be able to have to surface, you know, have to hard surface and pay for all the paving, I think it gives farmers in Bedford another option to be able to do some other things with their land. That's all. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Open it up to the board for discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Parker.
If there's no further discussion on this topic, I actually think it's a good thing. I think parking restrictions are too strict as it is, so I'm happy to support this. And if there's no more comments, I will make a motion to approve ordinance 0092820-11.
And
One day.
ordinance number is different.
Is it? It's ordinance on here. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not?
Well, you're correct. Ordinance is,
Is it?
that's the correct ordinance number.
Ordinance
There's a
15.
resolution number and there's an ordinance number.
Okay, the ordinance number, I'll restate, 009282015.
Right. That's the ordinance.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. You've heard the motion from Mrs. Parker. This can be a voice vote, correct? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried unanimously. Next, under action items, this requires the broadband committee.
Yes.
So-
Right. This would be under the purview of the broadband authority.
Yeah, I'm sorry, so the broadband authority is the one that has to.
That's correct.
So, I think we need to.
Do we need
start
to-
that broadband authority meeting. which is
Broadband
very-
authority meeting.
All right, so we're gonna,
I move we adjourn.
what's that? All right, so we're gonna pause, I guess, as the Board of Supervisors for a moment.
And Mr. Chair, actually, I think it'd be probably cleanest to go ahead and convene the broadband authority as a continued
Okay.
joint meeting, because we do have another item on the agenda.
Sure. All right, then we're gonna continue this as a joint meeting as the broadband authority. And next move to a consideration of a resolution dissolving the broadband advisory committee. This is resolution R 092820-08. Staff presentation by County Administrator Roberts.
Just a couple quick points. It was mentioned earlier that this committee has been in place in some form or fashion for about a decade, 11 years, and it was established to provide technical expertise to the Board of Supervisors for broadband-related information and development that may occur in the future. It has met diligently for a long time and provided a good overall, I think some solid directions and debate and advice. It's kind of come to the point, at least from observations, that we have 3, maybe 4 regular members attending and participating. With that, there's been some observations about that we're not necessarily receiving unbiased and objective advisory services. So with a broadband authority, being the Board of Supervisors, having full purview over broadband-related efforts and projects, it may be a point where with the limited participation that's present, that it might be a good idea to dissolve this advisory committee, at least for the time being, and the broadband authority, take probably a more active role in the responsibility of the current project and potentially future broadband projects as well. By dissolving this committee right now, that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't hinder the broadband authority ability to reconstitute another advisory committee if you want to in the future. But it's might be but anyways, it's the recommendation at this point in time to pass a resolution dissolving that committee.
All right, you've heard the information and discussion by Mr. Hiss. Any questions? We've discussed this before. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a mistake. I think that we've got a group of folks there that have specialized backgrounds in broadband that none of us have, and we're going to be taking that responsibility over. I think this is like a football team that you got offensive team, you got a defensive team, you got coaching staff, and you got special teams. And if one of them's not doing well, you don't do away with the whole thing. You replace people. If we've got a problem with people on the Broadband Commission, I would like to see us replace people. I don't want to see this go away and not have the expertise backing us up on decisions that we make. The comment was made to me today, well, we've got a Bedford County employee that's responsible for that. Well, we've had him before, so I mean, we've had him all along. I just feel like we are cutting down our options to succeed. There's a wealth of knowledge to be had in Bedford County, whether it's with this group that we have now, and you refer to having another committee, appointing another committee, or reconvening this committee. If you got a problem with certain personnel, and then I'd like to see us address the personnel issue and not do away with the team, not do away with the concept of having a broadband commission. I'm against it.
Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion?
Team, that's a good word. Teams work together. I've been on the board for only, since January. And in my time on the board, I have attended a meeting and I saw what I felt like I needed to see of the advisory committee. And that was a wholesale roasting of our county administrator, Mr. Hiss, and also Brian Key. And there was nothing constructive that came out of that meeting. And most of you all know that I'm not usually this bluntly honest, but I'll take this as an exception. And according to Mr. My goodness, Mr. Johnson here, we've got a tremendous amount of expertise on the advisory committee, and for such a tremendous amount of expertise, I don't mean to be running these guys down, but this project is dragging out entirely too long. And each one of us on this board recognizes that. We're getting harassed and also politely called by folks who want to know when are we going to get our internet. And we really don't have a good answer. And I think it's time we take the bull by the horns. We on the Broadband Advisory, the Broadband Authority, take this upon ourselves. I know that since July, I have invested heavily in my time. I've traveled to Lexington, I've sat down with experts, doing my best to learn about these projects. And from what I've learned, I'm a lot more educated than I used to be, more than I care to be. But I want to make sure, I came on this board to see to it that we did things better in Bedford County than we have been. And that's our intention here. And right now, we're at a critical time with this broadband internet. And we need to bring it to a hasty conclusion. And there's not been good communication We need good communication, therefore, if we're gonna deal directly with somebody, whether it's Blue Ridge Towers or whoever's doing this project, we need to take it upon ourselves to deal directly with it. We've got an expert, we've got George, and I'm completely, obviously, in favor of disbanding the Broadband Advisory Committee and taking this upon ourselves to get this broadband internet completed as rapidly as possible, but done well.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just got a comment on it. I know that several of the members on that committee, as we've moved through this, I've been on it almost 3 years now with these guys, is that they felt they lacked clear direction as to what the expectation and the task was here at the last 12 months. Would that be fair to say, Darryl? Okay. And I lean heavily on my rep, which is Greg. He's been outstanding. Thank you, Greg. Because I can listen in these meetings and what you say don't make much sense to me. I just know I'm not able to turn my internet on, or I am or I am not. He can tell me how many houses I'm supposed to be getting when I do that. So whether we disband or we don't disband, I intend to continue to use that resource I have in my rep there, and some of these other fellows too. But I think what I would really like to see is that if we dissolve it and we consider something down the road here, is that we clearly articulate the expectation of what these guys need to do for us. I think that's all they've been asking here for at least 12 months is just clear direction, if I'm not mistaken.
There's been limited to no communication with you guys, except for you showing up at meetings, and Mr. Dooley before he lost his seat, which is fine. But I'm sorry, there has been no communication with you guys.
Right. So, yeah, I just wanted to thank these guys that have been there, because they really have been a great help, at least to me, to understand what we're trying to do.
Yes.
In that regard of communication, I don't go to every DSS meeting, so we split up our organization. So these two have been charged to go to those meetings. Tammy goes to DSS, I go to economic, so we split it up, and then we come up and we talk to each other from it. So it's not that, I know some things on Facebook have gone out, and only these two people have been involved. No, they are tasked with that as their committee on this Board of Supervisors. I just want to make that clear. That's the way we work. We don't all go to every meeting in town. That we split up the responsibilities and we come in and report. And they have been faithful to come in and report. But the reports I'm hearing is people aren't showing up. There's a lot of disarray, a lot of arguing, a lot of fighting, and not a lot of productivity. And I am pretty frustrated. My constituents are way frustrated because their kids can't do school and they can't do their work and COVID. And we, again, we got an email from someone from your committee said, take the bull by the horn. And I think that's where we came to this conclusion, is we've got to do it, we've got to get it done. We've got to just stop all the fighting and get it done.
So we're finally going to take their advice.
Sorry? I've been here 11 years, and I still have no internet. My kids finally got internet when they moved to Blacksburg to go to college. So, you know, I'm in the same boat as people complaining to you. But I love to help. I love to help. I respect what everybody's done. Project management on the entire project, in my eyes, the IT professional is extremely weak. As I said, there should have been read-ahead, should be documentation. Yes, you should share your knowledge, and that's excellent. But, you know, if I walk into a meeting and it's a bullet point, and I'm blindsided, just like you, worse. So, you know, it should have been stepped up. Is that your consultant doing that? Responsible? You might want to look at that. That's just my shot. I'm not taking a shot, but that's, you know, from sitting back at 1,000 you, what's your consultant doing for you? When I'm sitting there looking at what he produced to get you to invest the money, I'm sitting there, it's like, this ain't gonna work. What's different? Oh, we got better equipment. I'm still sitting there with no internet. Sorry.
And I'm not going to disagree with you. In fact, I appreciate the comments. I also appreciate all of your time and effort and the heart that you put into this project as well. Trust me, we've invested millions of dollars in this project of taxpayer dollars that I do not spend easily, as I'm sure everyone knows, because we recognize it to be an important piece of infrastructure for the citizens of Bedford County. And it's been frustrating, to say the least. I will say that sometimes, at least in more recent times, just to get a little bit into the details, but when there are certain regulations that have to be abided by when it comes to, say, dealing with a water tower, there's certain specs that have to be abided by, and to deviate from those specs, you know, the professional should know what those specs are. It shouldn't be a surprise, and they shouldn't want to try to get around those specifications with something less than what the standard is. And so that is, and then when there's pressure from the Broadband Advisory Committee, well, hey, just spend more CARES Act funding to pay for this stuff, you know, and that now all of a sudden somebody's telling the board how to spend CARES Act money. That's probably not ideal. And then we are blessed to have probably the best county administrator that we've had since I've been on this board, now nearly 15 years. When my county administrator is being berated, that's bothersome to me. And I'm going to have to take up a reproach from my county administrator.
No.
You know, I mean, and I would hope that you would
I think you should
do the same. And so, and so that's where I'm coming from. I want to see this project come to completion. I want to see this project finish well. I'm frustrated that it appears that I'm not getting the coverage that I've been promised. And so there's a lot of people that are going to have a lot of pressure on them that this board's going to be applying. And we have to take a little bit more of an active role to put pressure where pressure is due. And we can't expect you guys as volunteers to apply that pressure for us. And so that's where we are. It's not a lack of appreciation for your efforts. And it's not a lack of appreciation for your expertise. It is we gotta finish this job, and I do take up a reproach from my county administrator. So I hope you understand.
Yeah, no.
Understand that. And so that's where I'm coming from. Any other comments before we entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I make a motion. I make a motion we approve the resolution dissolving the Broadband Authority Committee.
All right, you've heard the resolution from Mr. Scott, a resolution to dissolve the Broadband Advisory Committee. Correct?
That's what I said.
You said the authority.
Aye.
Them too.
Can't do that one yet. So the Broadband Advisory Committee. All right. Mr.
Yes.
Scott? Ms. Bingsley?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. All right. Thank you again for your service. And I do hope you get internet soon. We're working on it.
I wasn't sure what happened once my kids moved out, but I guess I was wrong again.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would you, as chair, consider designating 2 of us on this board to work with staff in lieu of that committee to keep things moving?
Sure, absolutely. Any 2 that, these 2 right here want to volunteer? All right, anyone want to make a motion to appoint Mr. Davis and Mr. Tuck to a broadband committee?
Whatever you want to call it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, ayes have it.
Thank you.
All right, consideration of a resolution reappropriating fiscal year 2020 funds, resolution R 092820-09.
Good evening. So before you is a resolution to reappropriate fiscal year 20 funds. This is something that we do every year. This year, the request came in around $445,000, of which we are recommending approval of $423,000. The majority of requests received were in line with our policy, which is that the funds were previously budgeted and either the goods and services were ordered prior to the end of the fiscal year, but payment was not able to be made due to timing reasons, or due to constraints outside of staff's purview that the goods or services were not able to be ordered by the end of the year. There are a couple of requests that did not fall in line with the actual policy. However, with keeping in with past tradition, we did consider whether or not they were worth recommending for approval. The largest one of those is for a relocation of evidence to one of the group home cottages. Sheldon Cash or Sheriff Miller could probably speak better to the condition of the current evidence location, but it is in critical need of repair, and it has presented itself outside of the normal CIP request process. And given that funds are available, we are recommending reappropriation of available funds to cover that project. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
What is your recommending on that project?
To approve that project, it's $255,000, so a little over half of the total amount recommended for approval.
Do you remember how much the sheriff reduced his budget when we went to him and we said, we have, this COVID, we need some budget reductions, and he reduced his budget quite a bit. Do you remember what the dollar amount was?
Fiscal year 21 budget as compared to fiscal year 20 budget, I believe, was in the $50,000 reduction range. I can say that their budget this year came in several $100,000 under budget due to the retirement of several high-level positions and changes within the department.
So
they have more than enough funds to cover
It
this.
saved us a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe they came in around 400 and some thousand under budget, and this is a $255,000 request. They do have some additional requests within this packet, but it is all within what they came in under budget this current year.
What was the wording on the sheriff's request?
Which?
You said, I don't know what the wording was like for the 200 and some thousand. What did the word say?
They are requesting to relocate the evidence. It's currently in a trailer, so the evidence location, they're currently asking to relocate that to Turning Point Road Cottage, one of the group home cottages I believe was recently vacated. So there's retrofits and different things required to make it appropriate for evidence housing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask Sheriff Miller, would you prefer to have this evidence on your property or the sheriff's property? Would that be maybe safer to where it would be actually located next to the sheriff's office? I mean, to build something next to the sheriff's office versus going across the street into one of the group homes? Or do you Do you care?
No, ma'am, we don't care on that part, because it's gonna be alarmed, it's gonna have traffic in and out. Matter of fact, our deputies will be putting evidence in there, so no one will know when they're showing up to put their evidence in. It's gonna have lockers, different things inside it, so no one will know when they're there, or when to expect them. So it won't shut down at 5 o'clock, we'll call it. We'll have officers in and out of there all night long as they're working.
I just wondered if you preferred it being next to the sheriff's office, but if that's why I was asking.
I understood, and would prefer, yeah, it'd be great to have it over there with us. But our problem is it is so critical right now.
You gotta do something.
You know, and I don't want anybody to think I'm coming up here calling fire when it's not fire. We're talking, we're in bad shape.
How about you calling it leaks?
There you go, leaks, there you go, we can call it leaks. It is what it is. I even have a letter here from Mr. Nance, who was there today, and he was trying to get his evidence put together. We're having to bring tables in, chairs in for them to sit down and to be able to go through evidence on a murder case. So that is...
Excuse me,
No.
are you using one of the former fire and rescue
One of the
units over
trailers.
there? Is that what you're using? Before fire and rescue moved across the...
No, these mobiles were brought in about 20 years ago. I'm gonna say about 15, 20 years ago, when we got them from the school system. When the school system finished their remodeling, that's when our trailers started showing up. The one you're talking about over at Fire and Rescue, that's used by our animal control division.
And you know, I've done several projects, renovated buildings in my years in business, lifetime. And to me, as someone who's done a lot of that, you know, it makes a lot more sense if you had your evidence on the same side of the road as the sheriff's campus is. I'm gonna call it the campus. There's gotta be space over on your side to build, you know, a suitable evidence building. When I toured it the other day, you know, to me, the current situation could be fixed immediately with the new roof. And obviously, Mr. Cash was talking about the danger of fire with electricity there. Well, you know, I deal with electricity in my work a lot, and circuit breakers trip when, you know, water hits electricity. And I'm not discounting your need for it, Sheriff Miller.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is I think it's a waste to just make it knee-jerk. This county, in my opinion, in the short time that I've sat here, I am sick of hearing people say, well, we made decisions and we knew it was a bad decision at the time. Nobody said it's a bad decision, but I think it is. I think it's a waste to take that nice building over there across the road from you. And I think it's humorous. I read something about a generator that needs to be put to immediate use because it's not going to be any good if it's not. I wasn't born last night. I deal with engines a lot. And as far as I know, there's no harm going to come to a generator engine for not being put to immediate use. That's ludicrous to me. The point is I think your need could be far better satisfied for the long future if we take some time and think about this instead of going across the road. I think it's ill-conceived. That building could be far better used than to put bars on the buildings and go to all this cost. You're taking a building that's probably worth $250,000 and putting 250 more into it, and you know, it's never going to be worth that. Why don't we look at it from a logical, intelligent perspective? And I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying, you know, if I was doing this, I'd want it on my side of the road so when the deputies come in and the evidence needs to be processed, everybody could do it far more efficiently instead of going back and forth across the road. And to me, there's got to be some security issues involved. And the other thing I want to say is I know you've got evidence scattered all over the place over there. I've talked to sheriffs in other counties. It's a necessary evil. You don't have a choice. You probably got stuff that's 40 years old in there. But again, you could build a purpose-built building, and Jimmy Robertson and I were talking about it the other day. You can put in a concrete floor, design it to handle the stuff that comes in there. It has to be fresh and cared for, you know, in the immediate future. And I think that would be a far better expenditure, and I'll bet you could do it for that same $250,000.
Okay.
I'd like to suggest that we could look at that.
Yes, sir. I'd love for us to look at anything, any project, because we're in that dire strait right now. And we have done great working with our county. As Ms. Anderson said, we turned in over $400,000
So we've been a great steward of taxpayers' monies, is what we have been. So this is something that has been long overdue, and something now it's actually in sight. So we need to look at that whichever way. But I just don't want, I want to make sure it gets done now. Because if we don't do it.
Let's do it right, rather than rush into it like this county has done so much in the past. I'm appalled by it, and again, I hope we can do it that way.
Okay. But we need it now.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what we need. So we just can't kick the can down the road and wait longer and longer and longer.
I'm getting sore toes from kicking the can.
Sheriff, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I toured facilities today, and I saw a lot of different buildings. I'm wondering, 1,200 square feet is enough space? You know, that building you want to move to is only 1,200 square feet.
That's correct.
I'm wondering if that is enough space, because it was like, what was it, 5 different buildings?
Mr. Scott.
Pretty close.
My thoughts on this, you can answer better, and I can't, but I got to think, you got stuff in there that goes way back to the 60s, I'll bet, and maybe later than that. So there's a lot of stuff that they've got in some storage buildings, and perhaps that could be continued, but there's got to be evidence that, you know, is needed today. What, you know what I'm saying, Sheriff, that is in more demand, that other stuff is just sitting there. I mean, it's not absolutely essential that it be put into a nice building. But again, we need to build a building that's going to be suitable for the long term. I don't want, I hope I ain't here in 10 years, but if I am, I don't want to have somebody come in and say we didn't build it big enough.
Understood. Understood. And Deputy Cox is here again tonight. She was here with you guys up there, and she does do that, rotate her, lack of a better term, rotate the stock, and put the ones that we don't somewhere else. And so she's able to reach the cases that are ongoing right now that she knows she'll need in the next year, 2 years, 3 years. She already has that in her hands. The rest of it is put away in those other buildings.
And just like, you know, the other day we were down there, I mean, good night, the height of the ceilings in there and what she has to do to get up there, I doubt it would be that terribly expensive to have something that's designed that actually is a little bit more safer to climb up and get stuff.
That's why we're here tonight. That's why we're here tonight, because we just want a building. If it's on our side of the house, on our side of the road, that's awesome. If it's on the other side, that's awesome too. At least we're moving forward with this project.
Well, based on, you know, the HVAC system, the alarms, the chemical sprinkler system, security, things of that nature that have to be built into this building, I suspect you might be more than 255,000. So my only question for this board, if we're going to consider this, and I'm not saying it's a bad consideration, but we need to be prepared to potentially come up with some additional CIP money. So we want to go in with our eyes open. You know, we're not looking at $1 million, but
I bet you're looking at $500,000.
But we might be looking at 500,000.
So this is just a rough estimate. This hasn't actually been bid. It was obviously a project that would need to be bid. One thing that maybe we could do is reappropriate the funds to CIP for this project, knowing that it will be bid, and then kind of like we're doing with the boardroom, bid the 2 options, and then maybe consider at that point which is actually the better option to meet his needs as well as be fiscally responsible. And then if we need to appropriate more funds, it's already in CIP, we can look at doing that through the CIP process, but then the 255 would hopefully be enough to at least get the process moving.
I would like to say that I do see the need over there, and I agree with Bob that if we could build the same square footage brand new building on your side of the road, go for it. If it's going to get up to $500,000, take his what he wants and move it over to the other side of the road to keep it priced down. But it's something that we need to move on, not kick it down the road and everything. It was leaks all over the building and lights that where you see water coming in the lights.
Well, that roof can be fixed, and that can be, the way, Sheriff, evidence is never going to stop coming in as long as we're on this earth and crimes continue to happen.
Amen, brother.
You could build a 40,000 square foot warehouse and probably someday still not be big enough.
That's correct.
I think this building needs to be built for the new stuff coming in. I mean, I'm no cop, I can't tell you, but there's no way on earth we could build a big enough building, but I think we can do a better job, even if it's 1,200 square feet or 1,500 square feet. Again, Mr. Robertson and I talked about you pour concrete floor, put some center block up, have some good ventilation, fire protection in there, and at the same time, have an area where you enter, separated from the other area, which you gotta have, right?
Yes, sir.
And it can be done. Let's get it done on a reasonable budget and look at building a reasonable size building, but knowing that you've got to move inventory out of there from time to time to make room for the new stuff coming in.
Yes, sir.
Sheldon?
If I may, real quick, I've got Jeremy Lucas here from Master Engineers. We were talking today about the cost of new construction. I think he has some square footage numbers. I'll just caution the board that you may not be able to build a new building for 255. I think we all already mentioned that. I don't know, Jeremy, you want to add anything to that as far as estimated dollar amounts?
200 per square foot or so?
$200 per square foot is probably reasonable for most of it. It will be higher with the dry agent fire suppression that you need in a few of the areas. That alone can move it up higher yet. So 200 is the bottom line. Also depends on what kind of air purification is really needed or desired by the accreditation board compared to what they have now, which is just a little HEPA filter. We don't want our sheriff's department personnel processing these drugs and something spill, and all they're relying on right now is a small air purifier. There are recommended codes and recommended standards that are higher than that, and those also drive costs up a little bit. So the 255 budget number for the cottage, for the same size, you're looking at somewhere between $550,000 and $750,000 to meet the accreditation standards that are required. So, and I think everybody who has looked at the project so far understands that this is probably, we were talking a 5 to 7 year kind of stopgap size. If you really look at trying to build what the sheriff's office needs for a 20-year plan, he's outgrown everything already. So it's not going to be that maybe more investment, but in terms of needing something immediately, it's more bang for your buck, so to speak, in terms of the dollars and cents that comes down. So just please consider all that as well while you're considering this.
So you're saying if we decide to build a facility, say, well, right now you're looking at 1,200 square feet, and you're looking at 255,000.
I believe that the cottage is actually 2,700 square feet. I don't know where the 1,200 is coming from.
Oh, okay.
It's about 2,700 is one of those cottages.
Okay.
Well,
So to do 2,700 on the other side of the road, we're looking at about 550 there,
550
plus another
plus-
50K or so for that.
Plus whatever utilities and everything else. that you're
Hey,
gonna be putting
getting on up
into
to
it.
about 3/4 of a million.
Are you, Sheriff, are you looking at putting all of your evidence in one building? In other words, the containers and everything that
Yes, sir.
we saw? Is there any reason why you can't build this, if you were to build a building at a reasonable size, instead of going, and in that 2,700 square foot cottage, I look at that building and I see there's gotta be a lack of economy based on the way that building was originally laid out. And to me, it seems like it could be better done if it was properly built. And the other thing is build it with growth in mind so that you can add on if you have to. I'm certainly not in favor of spending $750,000. I'm not there on that. But so much of that old evidence that you got it. You can keep it in some of those current storage facilities, put a roof on what you got. But again, build something that will accommodate the stuff that you have to put in their process immediately, make it safe with the idea that maybe 10 years from now, it could be expanded.
And the cottage can be too.
Yeah.
The cottage can be expanded also, is what they can.
Now that we've pulled the mask off of it, so to speak, and looking at 3/4 of a million, that 250 doesn't sound so bad.
I don't know where I come up with, where I heard the 1,200 feet, so that's why today, when I looked at everything you had over there, I was wondering if 1,200 feet was going to be.
Mr. Scott, I believe that's the approximate size of the existing trailer.
All right.
The units.
Yeah, that's probably right. We're all in favor of this thing, but I think we should, before we bite on saying it's $200 a square foot, which it may be, look at it see what we could actually come up with a design that you could work with on your side of the road and actually get a bid for it, rather than just rush right into this headlong. That's what I'm in favor of.
And again, this does have to go through the procurement process, so that would be something that you could do is bid both options and see
How long
what
does
the
that
cost of
take?
each is.
How long does that take?
It depends, what's the average?
For design work, all right, so Jeremy and I were just talking briefly about design costs, so there will be costs for that. So Jeremy was estimating $40,000 to $60,000 that we're gonna need for design money for the new building. And Jeremy can speak to more of the timeline along this in the thing.
Before you look at doing design, have we already spent $60,000 in designing that building across the road?
We haven't spent anything.
It's all been
Well,
done
why
in-
do you gotta spend $60,000 to design a building? I mean, I drew my house on a piece of paper and it didn't cost, we've got 5,000 square feet under the roof.
But with all due respect, Mr. Davis, that's the residential building code, which is completely different from building.
I'm talking about a basic floor plan that I could draw for nothing and take it to a builder.
That would be, but if you're going to take something through full bid, it will be between $40,000 and $60,000.
Well, I have a hard time swallowing that one.
Well, maybe if I can
You need
offer
some
a
water.
suggestion along the lines of what Miss Anderson was suggesting, perhaps we just ask the board to reappropriate the money and then staff, we can work with Masters Engineers to come up with a preliminary concept, which would not be $40,000.
Right, no, we can come
I
up
mean,
with
just,
preliminary concepts.
just a floor plan and maybe some cost takeoffs would certainly not cost that much money. And, or at least it better not. And,
I just think yeah, that's outrageous.
but anyways, then we can compare and contrast as a board at an upcoming future meeting as to what a new building will look like in terms of floor plan, cost takeoff versus what we know the cottage would be, and then we can maybe make a final decision as to how the board wants to
Well, it looks like
go
to me if you
forward.
can come up with a plan for the cottage for nothing, you can certainly come up with a drawing for a building on his side of the road for as little as that.
But
I think that, it sounds like to me, all you want to do is take that cottage and put it to that.
But at the very least, if you reappropriate the funds and we got that accomplished, but then the board can just say, just don't move forward with that project until we get another bite at the apple, so to speak, and have a little deeper dive at a future meeting.
And I'd also like to say, I don't understand why we didn't put a roof on that building sooner, just keep fixing holes in it. It just seems to me like that. I don't know why we aren't taking better care of our buildings in our county. Just keep patching things and letting them leak, and then get to a point where, oh, they're no good. When a roof would have cost $5,000.
A couple years ago, the sheriff can correct me, a couple years ago, the sheriff's office did request that we buy new modulars over there. That request-
Why can't you put a roof on a modular, it's already there? I put roofs, I've got barns on my farm that are almost 100 years old. And when I moved there, I put new roofs on them, and they're perfectly fine today. We just looked at the Montvale School, it's ruined because nobody took care of looking after the roofs out there.
Mr. Chair, I think we're good off topic talking about Montvale. I'd like to move that we pass resolution R092820-09 to reappropriate fiscal year 2020 funds and to approve $250,000 that the sheriff needs for the cottage.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. You've heard the motion from Mrs. Bainsley. Mrs. Bainsley?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Isn't it up for discussion?
But we've been discussing it.
I know, but usually when you make a motion, it's up.
Okay.
I'm kind of lost what we're doing. It seems like to me that, I didn't know it was 2,700 square feet in that building, that's a lot more than what we thought. But if they can renovate 2,700 square feet for $250,000, and it's gonna cost $500,000 to $750,000 to build, I don't know if you could build a 2,700 square foot building for that. But it seems like me, any commercial contractor could give you a square footage price on a type of a building that you would ask for within reason. You know, just a ballpark figure and let you know whether you even want to pursue something or not. It's like you say, I'm gonna put a building over here and I want 2,000 square feet and it has to be cinder block, concrete, and this, that specification. Could they give you a square foot price, a ballpark?
That's where the $200 a square foot comes from. Previous other jobs that are similar in size and construction nature that we would require. And that's why it's on the little low side, because those aren't as hardened and they don't require quite the same fire suppression and other systems that this would require.
So if we,
So that $200 per square foot comes from historical values.
so if we built a 2,700 square foot building for
That's
$200, that's $5,700 square, $5,700,000,
540,000.
40,000.
Yeah.
And then you've got the fire suppression,
50,000.
which is another 50K or so.
About 100, yeah.
You know, and, you know, so you start to get up to 650 plus thousand. I mean, I think that's probably gonna be a minimum. So, anyway, just to answer your question, I mean, I think the number he's given us, not having, you know, specific plans where they could, you know, you start doing the actual calculations and putting this out to bid, that number is probably gonna be close. And the reality is, construction costs are actually a little higher right now than they have been in the past, just because I think there's a supply.
A lot higher.
I mean, there's not only a demand issue, but there's also a supply issue because of.
I don't know any building project that doesn't go higher than what you bid anyway.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, the cost of, like, if anything's made out, maybe it's all steel, but steel prices are high. But if it's from tariffs, if it's wood, well, we know cost of.
8-foot 2x4 at Lowe's the other day was over $5.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, so the
Crazy.
construction costs are a
$2
lot
usually.
higher than they would be normally. So right now, it's not necessarily the ideal time to be building. So that is also to be considered. But anyway, there's a motion on the floor from Mrs. Bainsley. Mrs. Bainsley?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
I'd like to postpone it, but, so I'm gonna say no.
All right, votes yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Were there 2 no's? Did you?
No, there was just one no.
No, I voted yes.
You voted yes, okay.
All right, just one no.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for my having to get up just now, but all that talk about the leaking roofs, I
All right, would you like to take a 5-minute recess?
not now.
Mr. Chair, I'll be right back.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. we're gonna call this meeting back to order. All right, next we have consideration of a resolution authorizing application submission, acceptance, and appropriation of the next Gen 9/11 grant partnership with Virginia Information Technologies Agency, Resolution R092820-13. Staff presentation, Christine Giglio.
Yes. Hi, I'm just going to summarize what the document you have in front of you. And the first thing is this is a state mandated switch, so whether we do it now with this grant or without the grant, the transition is going to happen. So with the fact that it's mandated, the Virginia Department of Energy Emergency Management decided to manage the state's cutover to ensure that all of the trunk groups in the state get switched over to NG 911. This grant will pay all of our cutover costs. It also includes $150,000 towards our call handling equipment refresh, which is required in the first quarter of 2022. And it also includes a sweet stipend for the first 24 months for the EZNet connectivity, which will give us a cushion to plan for the additional monthly expenses that the EZNet has. Do you have any questions?
With respect to the fiscal impact, it said, I guess my question is, at the end of this 24-month period, we're going to have ongoing costs. Looks like about $57.50 right now. It'll probably escalate sometime.
We currently, seems to be $4,600 is, rounding, is our current cost that we pay. The EZNet, the AT&T EZNet solution is $10,390 a month. So they're going to stipend us the $57.52 and some change for 24 months. And then after that, we will have to build into that. And now keep in mind that it says that it's bandwidth based. So if you get like a large amount of calls, that cost for that month may increase. But that's the nature of voice over IP anyway.
Okay. But this is going to cost us approximately $10,390 a month. And we're currently paying how much per month?
$46.38.50. We currently pay for copper phone lines through Verizon. As we all know, copper's not, landlines are going away. Most multi-line telephone systems are voice over IP, and the EZNet, it's not just voice over IP. We are connecting every PSAP in the nation. So right now, if we get a 911 call in, and we have to transfer it to Franklin County, for example, it transfers in non-priority lines. So that person who's having a stroke or a heart attack will sit in queue until the priority calls are answered. With the EZNet, what this will do is transfer all 911 priority calls directly in a priority queue for every PSAP in the nation.
What kind of delay are you talking about when you say that they're waiting for the priority line to be?
Well, if you're giving CPR on a 911 call and somebody else has got a structure fire on a 911 call, those are ones that could be 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
So that's why they came together. NENA decided, which is the 911 governing agency, decided to make the EZNet to fix this problem that came with the traditional analog copper lines.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt resolution R092820-13.
All right, motion for Mr. Tuck. Since this involves money, I think that's a voice vote. Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Baisley?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have consideration of a resolution authorizing a contract with Olson Group Limited to revise the county's emergency operations plan and develop a continuity of operations plan. Resolution R 092820-13.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the matter before you concerns the emergency operations plan and the continuity of operations plan for the county. Please understand these are not fire and rescue things. They're kind of pure emergency management and then the continuity of government, meaning they impact all the departments within county government. The EOP, of the Emergency Operations Plan, is a state and national mandate that we're required to have. 15 years ago, we had outsourced it, and then since then, every 2 years, we restructured internally. And it needs to be updated in a major way. There's been so many changes in governance and so many changes in the world and the way the different departments in county government do business. What the concept of the EOP is it addresses the different disciplines in county government and then focuses their duties and responsibilities for emergency response and how they would act. Similar to what we've actually been living through since March, really a lot of the continuity of operations, we've shifted the way that we do things and try to remain compliant with the state and federal regulations. The benefit of outsourcing, it certainly is a bandwidth issue. You know, it's time, just staff time of agencies putting people in, putting a number of people in, interviewing the department heads of the departments, looking at the community or hazard mitigation plans from the Region 2000, and then working to build our plan, and then come back and educate staff and produce the documents and the requirements that are there. The COOP plan, the continuity of operations, really is a continuity of government. You know, the president, vice president can't be in the same place at the same time during certain national events, right? And this is how Bedford County will conduct itself. And there's a number of concerns that we have on facilities and redundancy and technology and so many things that we suffer through, right? This is not a shopping list, but what it does is try to work us through how we're going to meet the goals to achieve governance during a major emergency. We've had the COVID-19, which has been inconvenient and burdensome, but we're all still alive and we're all still here and we're all still doing our jobs most days, right? It could potentially get a whole lot worse, and that's where we have to have guidance and documents and also to be compliant. As when we signed the emergency declaration, that lined us up for CARES Act funds and so many other things. So having these steps in place, non-emergent times, helps us when we hit the emergent times and we hit the emergencies. And that's the basic emergency management role. All of those boxes being checked in advance so that when the balloon goes up, we're actually in line to accomplish our goals. Mr. Chairman, take the question.
Any questions for staff? All right, thank you, Jeff. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move we approve, adopt resolution R 092820-13. Yep.
That's right. You heard the motion from Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yeah.
Mrs. Bainsley?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Next, we have consideration of a resolution to approve and appropriate CARES Act funds for school HVAC replacements. Resolution R 092820-14. Staff presentation by County Administrator Rodriguez.
And I'll ask Mac Dewis to help me if I need to, but this is just a follow-up from the work session from earlier this month where this was discussed in greater detail. The Board of Supervisors asked the school board to consult with school staff in terms of our priority list and also review the Huddleston and Moneta HVAC systems. The school board met and sent a letter via the school superintendent. Basically, the school board giving their concurrence that the HVAC systems at Huddleston and Moneta elementary schools are priorities, and they would certainly enjoy seeing the CARES Act funds applied to those projects. And the school board also provided other projects that are necessary at some point in time if the Board of Supervisors so desired to look at other projects in the future as well, whether they're CARES Act or other fund related. So I think the resolution is to really just officially appropriate these funds for the Huddleston and Menita Elementary HVAC systems.
All right, any questions for staff?
I got one. Is this 1.6 million just for 2 schools?
Yes, that's.
Because my memory serves me right, I hadn't gone back and looked. We saw this back in January, that there was nowhere near $1.6 million. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, the dollar figures in the CIP are less. And Mac might be able to help speak to that. I think part of it is the urgency of doing this work in a compressed time frame and perhaps less than ideal circumstances. Usually you do this type of work during the summer when students aren't there and you can kind of fill around and construct it as you want and plan ahead. This is certainly more of a labor-intensive job. Probably people are going to be working overtime, but it'll be working weekends in order to get this thing accomplished. So you're kind of paying somewhat of a premium dollar in order to get it accomplished and get the equipment in and kind of working in perhaps less than ideal circumstances, schools in session, in order to make this occur. So yes, it is more than what's in the CIP, but those are some of the reasons behind that.
But Robert, it's triple. I mean, I understand it being more, but it's triple what we were talked about in January.
I mean, I can't answer that.
I mean, is that the costs are triple?
These are hard costs that have been given by the vendors who, as we went through the procurement process, can do that work by December 31st. The other numbers were based on previous facility studies that were 4 years old, and we tried to update that for a 3% inflationary rate, but I think economic pressures have seen more than a 3% rate of increase.
Yeah, add a couple zeros to it.
And the time factor, as Mr. Hess said, I think probably contributes to that. But these are the figures we discussed at the work session, and are the hard figures that have been given by these vendors.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Barr.
First, I'd like to thank Dr. Mealy and Georgia Harrison for their input at the special called school board meeting on last Tuesday. They tried to address these costs. I did go online and to the YouTube where they have the meeting and watch the whole meeting. There was, when Dr. Mealy was asking the questions of why the costs are so high, she didn't really get a great answer. And then Mr. Hill spoke up and asked the question, are those recent estimates that you have actually received from the company, the ones we're here tonight to approve, are the actual cost? Question mark. And he kind of got a nod from Dr. Dewis, and then he goes on to say, and as addressing Dr. Mealy, and he says, so Susan, do you and Tammy have somebody who could do it cheaper? And then after that was said, the chair stepped in, Mr. Leamy, and he asked Dr. Dewis, are these numbers based on documented bids from contractors? Dr. Dewis replied, these numbers were not based on bids. We went through an alternate procurement method of participating in larger contracts that allow other educational entities to become riders on those contracts. Both Honeywell and Southern Air had these contracts with larger entities that we were able, under procurement law, to follow. Had we done a bid process, it would have taken several weeks for design, several weeks for out to bid, time to award the bid, and it would not make the December deadline. I want to go back and the two things that stuck out to me. They got pricing off of larger contracts at larger entities. Those are the words, I wrote them down pretty much verbatim. I want to show you what some of these costs are. The Huddleston proposed HVAC replacement is now $797,470. When we got this packet January 30th, with all the CIP in here, the number for Huddleston was $336,600. That difference is 137% difference. Manita, originally in this book, $148,500. I even put that up with Huddleston at $336,660 since they're comparable size schools. They are now saying that that's going to be $850,000, which is a 152% increase from the numbers we got in January. Big Island, they have in this book $337,500. Now, if we were to go ahead and put Big Island in the queue, $650,000, 93% increase. Forest Elementary, in this book, $537,900. The bid they have on here is $725,000, which is only a 35% increase. So I said all that to say that if you total up the 4 projects from the numbers we were given in this book, we could do all 4 for the 1.6 million. Even if you took it and you said, well, because of the timeline, because we've got different vendors doing different projects, we can do an increase, 20%, 25% increase over the original numbers, you would still come in well less than $2 million for all 4. So for us to approve this and say, okay, since we've said we do Manita and Huddleston, I understand that. But where my concern is, this is COVID dollars. These are federal dollars, and there are criteria for these federal dollars. Don't think for a second that they're not going to check behind. And when you've got CIP numbers that you just put out in January, and then you've got these grossly inflated cost numbers for these projects, I don't think the federal government's going to be very happy about that. So my concern is the huge difference in numbers and the fact that we base those numbers on larger contracts with larger entities. So a larger educational facility has a contract for X number of dollars. That's what they're basing Huddleston on. That's what they're basing Manita on. And what's ironic is now Huddleston costs more than Forest Elementary, and Forest Elementary is a bigger school. So I said all that, I just want y'all to have that information, because I don't think this process has certainly not been open and truthful, and the accuracy, I have to question the accuracy of these numbers. Dr. Mealy tried her best to ask why these numbers were so high, and it was met literally with resistance at best. So I just wanted y'all to have that information.
Well, Tammy, my understanding on the CARES Act is we're not going to be able to write a check to the school system. We can't, it's got to be qualified before we spend it, because we're not going to get reimbursed if it doesn't meet the criteria. Isn't that right? We're not just going to write checks to somebody because they say they're going to do something. It has to happen, and we have to see that it qualified. So if it happened and it didn't qualify, then we're not writing a check, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yeah, I think I understand your question or point. We believe that the project itself qualifies. Just under the CARES Act guidelines or regulations. And we believe, so that's that part of it. So that's kind of the first criteria is, does a project qualify under the language of the CARES Act? And we as a staff and checking with a variety of other sources believe it does. The second thing that I think you're addressing is the workmanship and the timing of it. And yes, it has to be, the project needs to be, if we're going to go by the December 30th deadline, it has to be substantially complete by the end of December. But yeah,
That's not what I'm asking.
And we would just be giving payments, basically reimbursements to the school system for funds that they expend for this contract, and then we would reimburse them over the upcoming months.
Right, but we wouldn't reimburse something without vetting it and assuring that it's
That's
qualified.
right. It's the same agreement we have with the town of Bedford. I mean, a project is kind of approved in concept. The town of Bedford or the school system, they submit an invoice to our finance department. Our finance department reviews that, and then we would reimburse that entity with the CARES Act money. Just how that money flows.
Well, I guess Tammy brings up, I think, a very good point. I have some concerns. I know the company I work for, when we're pursuing DOE contracts, we have to put together a budgetary estimate, and they're looking at labor rates. And when it comes to governmental labor rates, those rates have to be within certain criteria. And if they are in excess of that, they're not going to pay it. And it sounds like the labor rates are going to be well in excess of standard labor rates for the various positions in this particular case. So we may run into a situation where we've entered into a contract and we're paying exorbitant labor rates, and the federal government says, yep, your project qualifies, yep, it substantially is completed, but you should have only paid this amount of money, and that's all you're going to get, and we're going to eat the rest. And I have some concerns about that, because I know they're pretty tight about that. And I remember years ago when the Department of Defense got black eyes, we all raked them over the coals for paying too much for nails and toilet seats and all kinds of stuff. Or if you're paying $250 or $2,000 for a toilet seat, and we're all like, they're wasting our tax dollars.
The hammer.
Well, I certainly don't want to be wasting tax dollars. I criticize the federal government for wasting them, and I don't want to waste them worse than they do. And that seems like what we're doing is hey, it's free money, let's just burn through it. And I tend to agree with Tammy. I'm concerned that somebody's being enriched, but the taxpayers in the process are getting gouged.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Our company took CARES Act money back in the springtime. We had, no idea what was going to happen, what the future held. So knowing that we may need cash available to conduct our business, we took CARES Act money. And about a week ago, we were sent the notice that we were being audited for how we spent that money. And I know we spent it appropriately, but your point is well made about this money. If the government deems that we're going way over budget, it's well taken. Your point is.
Yeah, I just don't want us to find ourselves in a situation where all of a sudden we are taking a tremendous amount of money out of our fund balance to make up the difference, because we've spent the money and the federal government says, we're only going to honor about half of that, or less than half of that.
Does staff have any suggestions on what to do?
Well,
It's hard for us to justify these costs.
Yeah,
and we got numbers earlier this year that are
I guess I have two.
dramatically less.
Yeah, number one, kind of editorial comment, just in speaking with some of my colleagues, fellow city, county administrators, this whole CARES Act is somewhat uncharted territory for us, especially local governments who are very cautious in how we spend our funds. It's kind of opposite of how we typically operate. So, but the editorial comment really is what different jurisdictions are struggling with is what is your risk tolerance? And I think that's what this discussion kind of goes down to is, if we're doing a misinterpretation or we make an error or whatever it is, it's one thing to make a $5,000 or $10,000, misinterpretation. It's another thing to make a, $500,000 or $750,000 error or misinterpretation. So, some local governments are willing to take that risk. Others are, keeping their powder dry and not wanting to do that. And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to that. It's just a board's risk tolerance, so to speak. The other option, and I was going to things are kind of out of order on the agenda, is there might be a way that we can defer this decision and do the HVAC, if we want to do the HVAC project and still do it later after the December 30th deadline. And that is, it's really related to how we want to spend our CARES dollars. There was a recent ruling that came out from the Department of Treasury last week. And we've been hearing about it for a little bit, but it just finally came out last week officially that said that local governments can spend CARES Act dollars on personnel costs that have been substantially related to COVID mitigation. That's the definition of what they call it. So what does that mean in layman's terms? What that means in layman's terms for our purposes is that essentially any public safety or public health and some social service related positions, we can pay for those salaries from March until the end of the year through CARES Act money. So you're saying, well, Robert, why would you want to do that? Well, the reason I would want to for us to consider doing some of that would be that if we spent those funds, that could add up to, I think we've done some preliminary estimates, and that could add up to $6-7 million worth of funds. And so if we kind of
That reduces our risk.
Yeah, so what would happen is that the county can reimburse ourselves for this money, and then you can put those extra millions of dollars into the county's basically fund balance, and then we can apply it to other projects. Ideally, some of them would be COVID related, but we can then apply them to other projects on our time frame when we're ready to do them.
If we did that, I would
get real bids instead of escalated bids.
So this is an example, perfect example of a project we've been kicking around with our IT department has been our virtual servers. They're already due for an upgrade and relicensing and everything else in about a year from now, but we're starting to run out of space a lot sooner than we thought. And in order to upgrade them and relicense them and all that rigmarole, it's almost a $700,000 project. Well, ideally, we would try to do this during CARES Act for the next, 90 days. But if we did this kind of salary exchange, then we can kind of set aside that money in our fund balance and advance that project, but do it on our own time frame instead of this kind of artificial 120-day deadline to avoid some of these extra costs and do a proper bid.
I don't have a problem with that as long as, it sounds like you found a way to use the CARES Act fund for non-COVID related expenses, and I don't have a problem. I have a problem with you doing that. I don't have a problem with you putting the money aside and reusing it as long as you reuse it for COVID related expenses. I don't want to be in front of a judge answering questions about how we manipulated the system to spend CARES Act funds on non-COVID related expenses.
Well, it sounds like it would be COVID related because they made a ruling, you said last week?
Yeah, there's been talk about it for a while, and local governments and across the nation, quite frankly, have been asking this type of question, and they finally came out with an official document last week to say, this is what you can do, and this is how you can do it. Go forth and do good work. But yes, ideally, to Mr. Johnson's point, it's a little vague, and Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but ideally you would use it for some sort of COVID-related expense, but it buys you that extra time to do that due diligence because I think we all know, and that's one of the frustrations, is that COVID isn't going to end December 30th when the CARES Act ends. I mean, there's going to still be concerns and vaccinations and that whole process, you know, sometime, hopefully in calendar year 21. But we don't know when that's going to happen. So there's still going to be challenges, whether it's with school or businesses or other county government needs. Broadband, we may want to talk about doing more broadband work. So.
Yeah, up until September 21st, the language was real unclear about how you would document. What it basically said is anybody in public health, public safety, and health services type of positions could be considered substantially dedicated to mitigating the disease. But then there was kind of conflicting language where on one end it was saying for administrative convenience, you can automatically consider these positions to be substantially dedicated. And then on the other hand, it said that you have to do all this analysis and documentation to support that conclusion. And there was just a lot of confusion around what the intent of it really was. And so on the 24th, they released some additional guidance that said, you know what, the intent of the original proclamation was that you would be able to do this for administrative convenience, to recover these salaries because these positions are more than likely substantially dedicated. So now you do not have to go through the analysis and documentation. The big thing is that you as the board or Robert as county administrator, by not saying that these positions aren't substantially dedicated, you are saying that they are. And you don't have to worry about it clear as mud, but now we don't have to sit down and go through and figure out how do we document it, because that was the big question mark before, is how do we document that these positions are actually substantially dedicated with the time and staff that we have. And now we don't have to do that. What we do have to do is support the dollars that we recover. But for any position that qualifies as substantially dedicated, we can recover 100% of salary benefits for March through December.
Okay. And you've already calculated, and that exceeds at least one of the phases of CARES Act.
The rough estimate is $7.3 million, of which I think it was $4.3 million is general fund dollars, the other $3 million being nursing home.
And we,
I'm not sure how we handle the nursing home because it's being an enterprise fund.
well, they're, got to keep the enterprise fund afloat.
Right, I know, but, I mean, but do we commingle?
No, we would have to budget it as a transfer to the nursing home.
Yeah.
But
But then they would have to transfer back. Or we would not, I mean, because currently we've been paying it out of general fund dollars. If you're gonna then say, no, we want those monies back because we're gonna pay this, we're gonna reimburse ourselves, but that's a separate.
It would kind of be like.
I think it's called money laundering.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
It kind of be budgeting.
I don't do well in tight, confined spaces, just so you know.
For the nursing home, we transfer those dollars to the nursing home to reimburse them. And then 4.3 million is roughly what the county has spent general fund dollars that we would be reimbursing to the general fund.
Well, one
I
thing
agree
about
with
it,
Mr. Johnson, I don't want to hear it.
if, one thing about it, if we do it this way, it's money we would have spent anyway, so if the government were to tell us to pay the government back, it's, you know, it's better than going the other way with the school.
Well, we've spent it. And then this way, well, I just like the idea of putting this thing out to competitive bid and getting a better bang for our buck. Because the reality is, I think, one, they probably do it when school's not in session. Two, we can probably get a much better price. And that seems to me where we can get a lot more done for the same amount of money. And that's going to benefit the taxpayers of Bedford County in the long run. I just think that sounds like a better solution. Yes, Mac, it sounds like.
Just to address a couple of points. First of all, to reassure the board, the procurement process we went through here is an acceptable one, just as a PPDA or a bid process is. It's another venue to do that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm just saying I prefer better competition.
Absolutely. We did go through a bid process roughly a year ago for the Bedford primary project, a school of approximate similar size to both of these. And the cost is really very close. That also had a roof element to it that the company subbed out, so it was a $1.1 million project, but the HVAC portion of it was very similar to these costs, and that was bid. When we bid projects like this, we don't get many bids. I think in the last couple of years, we've realized companies are pretty busy, especially, especially if there are time frames associated with the work. And when we do it in the summer, there's also a time frame associated with the work. Start when school's out and have it ready when school starts. So it's really not, it's a 2.5, 3 month process, just as this is. Certainly, after the work session and the school board's meeting following that, as you all requested, we went ahead and told, based on the consensus the Board of Supervisors had, we told those companies that the projects were a go, so we're going to have to call them off, which we can do. There may be some, I don't know how far they've gotten with their design and ordering, but just to follow the conversation as it went at the last work session.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I can support what we've talked about as long as I feel like we have a consensus that this will be done in this fiscal year. Because if we can pick up 1 or 2 more projects for the same money, I'm good with that. But not good with pushing this out with no definitive date.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the intent of this board is to get these projects done.
Yeah, I just want to see everybody's head shaking.
Yeah. I just want to get more done for the dollars, if that's possible. It just seems like otherwise we're not being good stewards with the taxpayers' money. Because the reality is, I'm probably not going to be paying this back, but my kids and grandkids will be until this country's bankrupt.
You'll be in jail explaining this.
That's right.
True too, so. I think that is the intent of this board. Is that correct? That's the consensus?
Mr. Chair, that was my whole point, is that I think if we do this in the correct manner, we'd be able to get all 4 of these projects done. But by the way it is right now, we're only going to be able to do 2, when all 4 need to be done.
Right.
So, however we can do it to where we can get all 4 done.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I would like to get all 4 done. I don't understand why our CIP dollars were so off, especially considering that we just did a project and we know what the costs were. So I don't get that. How does that happen? When you know what those costs were, then you put it in the CIP and you don't take that into consideration. I don't get that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, if we had a bid earlier, that indicated that the numbers that we were given in January were that far off, then maybe we shouldn't be given the numbers we were given in January, because it seems almost like a bait and switch, like, hey, we need to get this done. Yeah, okay, we'll get to it. And then later, oh, sorry, the price is twice as high.
3 times.
Yeah, or 3 times. That's frustrating, because we get it out in the public, we were going to do these projects, and then we find out it's 3 times the cost we were told. No one's happy.
And I guess what worries me is that we're going to push it back further, and now we're going into winter, and Huddleston and those kids are going to be in another cold school with a cold gym because their HVAC doesn't work well, and we're going to find out in 3 months that it's the same amount of money because it's similar to how they just did at the Bedford school. So, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. But if what you just said was true, this was the same amount of money we just paid for a school.
I don't know. It looks like that we could get 4 projects done for this roughly the same amount of money. And I mean, if you only want to do 2 and you're happy with doing 2, but then my concern is that when we get audited, and the fact of the matter is we have CIP numbers that say very differently than what these costs are, that somebody's head's gonna roll. Because you put it out
But aren't we
there
go-
just this year.
But won't we be in that same position if she's right and the costs are that high, even if we go this way?
What, I mean, granted, the bidding process is a legal, process, but, traditionally, well, the one thing in the back of my mind, okay, I'm just gonna say it, Liberty University may not be building as much going forward as they've been building in the past few years. And there may be more contractors that are available to do this kind of work. We've been paying a little bit of a premium for construction costs just because, you're competing with Liberty University dollars.
That's true.
Right? Well, if they're starting to get towards the tail end of that construction, then maybe some of those contractors are hungry for some work, and
Even in cabinet prices.
going forward, maybe we can get a little better price. So, that's something to consider as well. So, it might be okay to put this out to the normal, RFP process, and see what we get. And I'm certainly not opposed to getting that started. But in the meantime, we've got a way to lower our risk, because our risk tolerance, I think, is fairly low. We can lower our risk with respect to reimbursement from CARES Act funding, which I think is a safe, responsible way for us to go. And then in the interim, we can get competitive bids and then get on with these projects as we use this money for CIP for now.
I just hope that the school board actually gets to see the proposals from the RFPs, and they're just not given a bunch of smoke and mirrors, but they're actually able to do their job. Because at this point, it doesn't look like they're getting anything.
So, Mr. Chairman, in light of the discussion, I would move that we table resolution R092820-14.
Mr. Sharp, may I ask one question? No, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
So the arrangements that we have reached with the two companies already based on the work session discussion and the school board's meeting, we should pull those companies off that work and work with them on whatever costs they had to that point, to be fair to them.
I would think that would be an appropriate thing to do at this point.
What kind of work?
Well, it looks like to me that they certainly need to go back and sharpen their pencil.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean they can't compete for the work, but I'd prefer for it to go through a competitive bid process, through the traditional RFP.
I need to raise the price of my swimming pools if they could do that.
I guess it's good work for the government. You build a pool for the government, you can get paid.
My materials haven't gone up like that, I'll tell you right now.
But you're doing concrete.
No, we do steel wall pools, fiberglass pools.
All right. We've got a motion on the floor for Mr. Tuck to table resolution R092820-14. Can I do just a voice vote?
Table it, yes.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Next, consideration of a resolution approving a network services agreement with B2X Online Incorporated for the expansion of broadband internet in the amount of $112,202, resolution R092820-17. Staff presentation.
I'm gonna defer to Amanda Kaufman because she's been more involved with this project than I have been. But this has been through a competitively procured RFP process, and B2X is one of the providers that submitted a documented bid, and I'll let Amanda go from there.
And Amanda, before you get started, can I get a motion?
Make a motion, we extend the meeting past 10:30.
All right, we got a motion on the floor to extend this meeting beyond 10:30. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, yeah.
The ayes, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, just for some background here, the board, on August 10th, during your regular meeting, allocated $1.5 million out of CARES to assist with broadband improvements in the community, specifically to address some coverage gaps that we continue to have throughout our community. An RFP was created, and it was posted from August 21st through September 14th, and really looked at balancing the cost with actual coverage for unserved areas in our community. We put a review team together. It consisted of staff from administration, a few reps from the board here, a member from our advisory committee, and George Condelia, project rep. 3 proposals were received, and right now we do have one ready to go, and that's what's before you right now with B2X. I will provide you with really quick updates kind of at the end of this on the other 2, which will be discussed at a future meeting. So basically the proposal that B2X submitted is to increase the coverage in 5 locations throughout the county. They already have technology at these locations, but this will increase it even further. And we've got Warren King here who can speak to the specific technology in a little bit more detail, but basically the existing technology is line of sight coverage only, and what this will allow those sites to do is actually reach additional households and businesses without actually having to have that line of sight in place. The estimate is around 520 new households and businesses that will be reached through this. The total amount is $112,202 from the county. So that's just a really high level. I can take any questions now, or if you're okay, we can invite Warren up to give a little bit of an overview.
Sure.
Thank you, board members. And Amanda, Mr. Hess. I want to be able to talk about what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is provide more services in the areas that we already have service. We have line of sight that covers a lot of the area, but it doesn't go through the trees. It doesn't go around different type of shrubs and high density areas. It just doesn't do it. So what we're looking at is what could we do, and so when this bid came out, we decided we need to try to see what we can do to not only improve a lot of the areas that we know need it, but also look at what we can do to help increase what's already there. So we instead of looking at just patchwork or how do we try to turn this into that or how do we adjust something, we said let's look at this as an overall plan. So we know that there's areas that have plenty of forest area and plenty of cover area. So we went ahead and said, well, let's look at some of the areas that we already have. And the plan showed us that we need to really increase a lot of the areas near, and I'm going to say mountain names because since I'm in this business, I know more mountain names and stuff than areas. So around Thaxton Mountain, that area there's a lot of area that is covered by line of sight, but there's plenty of areas that we just can't get to. So across the road of 460 is Taylor's Mountain. And on Taylor's Mountain, there's several towers that already exist there. And those also have no broadband on it, but it covered it from there. As you drive down 460 and start heading back to Roanoke, you can see that tower all the way down there until you get to Montville. So you can see it right up on top there, and there's no transmitters up there. Nobody has any type of internet in that area. As you go around Taylor's Mountain and look to the left, you'll see Porter's Mountain. Porter's Mountain is an existing tower that's also there, and that one's city-owned. Well, it used to be city-owned, now it's county-owned. That one also has a little bit of transmitter traffic, which we are on, but it's line of sight. So we were looking at that area and we said, there's so many holes there, what can we do? So what we decided to do is, in our bid, we said, well, let's put a transmitter on Porter's Mountain and have it aimed back towards going down School Road. And we said, well, let's head on back down that direction. Then we'll get up on Taylor's Mountain and provide a different area of coverage between Porter's Mountain and Thaxton. and then also go back around behind Bedford and provide a service that there's no service back there whatsoever from any of the providers that we've been able to find. Then on Thaxton Mountain, we looked at there's a high demand and also plenty of area that we can't cover because of the line of sight around the bottom of it. So when you look at it, we're providing service all around that area from many different angles to be able to get cover in more areas. Then the next area we looked at was over in the New London area. And we know that in the Forest area, there's still service in that area that still needs a lot of coverage. And it's because the DSL is there and it needs more service in that area. However, because of that tower being where it's at, it looks like it's a real tall tower, but as you all know, as you head towards New London, you have to go over a few hills, and then finally when you get down into that area, you can actually see the tower. So that tower doesn't cover as much area, so we need more transmitters on it to provide more coverage. Then the last area, and I've got a lot more extras I can add on to that when you guys want to talk about more questions, but in Johnson Mountain would be the last area. That's on the far side of Dumpling Mountain. And we all know there's been plenty of discussions of coverage out there in 43, on Highway 43 and 24, trying to find ways to provide coverage out there. And Dumpling Mountain's out there, well, just past that out there towards Campbell is Johnson Mountain. And Johnson Mountain is owned by, or the tower that's on Johnson Mountain is owned by Liberty. We were finally able to get service on that tower after 2.5 years of working with Liberty. So now we're finally on the tower, but we have line of sight coverage, and we've already went back to them and asked if we could put non-line of sight coverage on it, and they agreed to it with this particular proposal. So that's a great thing. And we know how many people out in that area just really need a lot of service. So let's go back and talk about that real quickly. So we noticed that these other towers, or taller towers, are on either on a mountaintop or elevated areas, so they have a 5-mile coverage. The New London tank, being that it's in a bowl of itself, we looked at it was only going to have a 2 to 3 mile coverage. So we asked ourselves, how does that make how do we come back and actually look at what that does for everybody? So we understand that the transmitters that we're going to be able to use will go in these areas, and they'll be able to transmit through this area. It's not 900 megahertz. It's not a line of sight product. It's not some of this other stuff. It's put out by Cambian. It's a Cambian-based system that will be using the new 3.65 CBRS band. It transmits at 52 dB, and what that relates to is instead of transmitting at 10 watts, it now transmits at over 1,000 watts. That's a huge thing. It basically makes a lot of the trees turn into almost not being there. It makes it to where it'll bounce around things, physical objects like buildings and things, because the technology also uses OFDM built inside of it, which allows it to bounce around and it recreates the signal on the other end. It's amazing technology. The gear that we're looking at using in a lot of the in all the areas that we've talked about today is going to be used in the in the LTE section. We're going to be using a bicells gear. That bicell makes a transmitter that'll do LTE, and it'll be able to operate on those particular frequencies and also incorporate all these things so it'll transmit through this. Some of the speeds we'll be able to achieve, if I had a single unit hooked up to it, I'd be able to achieve over 100 and some meg per individual. If I hooked up, and based off of our numbers, they state that you should be able to provide 40 connections, and with those 40 connections, you provide people up to 25 meg. So that's an amazing statement. Does it work? Does it do what they say? Yes, it will do that. We already have in our other areas that we're providing in Bedford and also in Franklin and some of the other areas. We use this gear that was before the CBRS band, and it does do what they say it will do. We are getting 60 meg out of a lot of our customers and being able to provide them in the services and the transport that they need. So this service will really fill in a lot of the gaps. I'm trying to go real fast and cover them because I know it's been a long meeting tonight, so I don't know. I think I better stop there and see if there's any direct questions you have. And maybe I can fill in some.
I just got a
Yes, sir.
Is it Johnson or Johnston Mountain?
Johnson.
You know it's Johnson Mountain, yes, sir.
No T.
No T, but I have a feeling that I spell it with a T quite
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Right, click off. not to say these areas you picked don't need what you're doing, but what about the other areas like Boonesboro, Big Island, and those places that like, and I don't know because I can't get the information. That's one reason that Bedford, the Board of Supervisors is taking away anything between us and the people we need to get answers from. But the last I heard, the Boonesboro Tower doesn't have a 6 people on it. Everybody else over there is being told they can't get internet because it just doesn't get to them and all that stuff. So
Boonesboro Tower.
unless that's changed.
That's not something I'm actually on a Boonesboro Tower. Or is there another tower around in there that you have a name for it or a mountaintop?
Well, that's the Boonesboro Volunteer.
It's one that it's one that we just put up.
Yeah.
It's one of
I'm
ours.
just asking, you knew about all these towers, don't you know about the 12 towers?
But he only bid on this scope of work.
And I think it's important to note on the towers that the county is constructing or is paid to construct, there is an agreement with our partner there that other providers cannot locate on that same tower for an 18-month period. So they're really kind of blacked out.
Hamstrung there, yeah.
Now, who's that agreement with?
Between the county and Blue Ridge Towers.
And even when they are available to come on, they got to take the low tier.
The word on the street, Mr. Scott, is that Chantel may actually be running cable to your people over there in Boonesboro.
So even if they promise to provide internet coverage over there and they don't do it, we're stuck to that contract?
I think that's probably something we may talk about a little bit more in closed session.
Stay on subject.
This gentleman's issue.
I was talking to Robert, I wasn't talking to this gentleman.
Well, and I'll just say as being one that sat through all 3 presentations, that all the areas that you've mentioned have been covered in other proposals.
Right.
So I think of the 3 proposals, we've got some good leads on.
There's room for optimism.
Yes, thank you.
So just tell your people to hold out, Tommy.
I don't know if they're gonna hold out, they're already.
Do they know where you live?
The smoke signal's going up.
I'm quite
there.
sure Ward would take care of them.
Yes, sir.
There's some pretty ticked off people.
Right, now for example, off of Thaxton Mountain, we currently have 165 customers on that particular mountain already. We have a list of over 200 people waiting that we cannot provide because we do not have line of sight. This particular area, or this particular equipment will come around and help provide coverage or opportunity for them to get new service that they did not have before.
The scope of your proposal is to install this new technology equipment that does not require line of sight, works at a higher wattage, that blows right through anything that's standing in its way, including any person.
I don't think it'd go that far, but yes, sir.
Right. And
it still doesn't go through dirt.
okay, but, and then we'll, theoretically fill in some gaps here.
Yes, sir.
Are you working, did you say you're doing anything in Montvale, like Goose
I
Creek Valley?
am not doing anything in Montville, sir.
Okay, yes.
You mentioned 2 miles around our current tower in New London, is that what you're saying?
New London, we're currently going to provide 3 transmitters on that tower, and that will come around from about the west area around to the south area.
So I just want to know if it's going to cover the Big Otter River on 4th.
I'm not sure.
It's right down the hill from Owens Market on the other side of your tower.
Right. We do have some service on there.
She might know somebody to live.
That just possible. Yes.
It's that canoe rental place, isn't it? The one that wants to, the veterinarian.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
I'll just say from a staff perspective, the contract has been fully vetted by the legal team, and Mr. Kane has reviewed it, and everybody's acceptable to the contract that's been worked out.
And staff advises us that this falls under the guidelines of the CARES Act.
And the
Yeah.
cost per customer is very in line too.
And it'll be complete by December 15th for the contract.
All right, any questions? All right.
If there aren't any more questions, I would move that we adopt resolution R 092820-17.
All right. You've heard the motion from Mr. Tuck. Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Stop making me laugh. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Ainsley? Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
So while you just had your vote, would it be appropriate now to just give a quick update on the other two to get some just general direction, or at what point would that be appropriate?
Sure, let's just
Is that okay? All right, so.
expeditiously.
So an additional proposal was received from Zytel, and staff has been working with them very closely in getting the information needed in order to bring that forward to you all in a contract form. The reason that it is not ready for today is it's a bit more complex because it is anticipated to be complete fiber installs. The scope of the proposal has been narrowed. The committee is really, or the staff has really narrowed it down to 4 locations, and that decision was made in a combination of how much can be covered, the ability to actually receive the permits in time to make this project happen by the end of December, and the cost. So those locations are Big Island, Diamond Hill, Staunton River, and Cedar Key. And so basically what we're hoping to do, or get some just general direction from you all, is if we can work with this contractor to start negotiating a contract now within that 1.5 million that you all allocated back in August, we can get this moving forward and get this contractor started before the end of October when your next formal meeting is.
Do you guys feel like this contractor's a reputable fellow and he'll work diligently to get this project finished in time?
Yeah, we feel very comfortable, and we're working with Michael and Kabir to develop the contracts just as they did, just as he did with the B2X contract.
And I think that those 4 areas would constitute roughly 2,000 households.
About 1,800.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay. And then the third proposal was from BRT. There's nothing that staff is working on at this time. We are still waiting on further documentation in order to fully vet the RFP. So no update on that yet, but something may be forthcoming. So that's all I have for that.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have consideration of a resolution approving a memorandum of agreement with Renew Nation to administer a reimbursement program for private schools and homeschool support in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Resolution R 092820-17.
Thank you, Warren.
I'm going to defer to Amanda, let her present this one.
Okay, so this is an agreement for private and homeschool assistance. If you recall, a few meetings ago, or perhaps it was the last one, Curtis Cornell from Renew Nation gave a presentation to the board requesting assistance for private schools and homeschool providers. Just like the public schools have suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, so have the other non-public education providers. So what we have done as staff, we've worked closely with Curtis, with Renew Nation, to outline potential criteria that could be eligible for CARES funding, and kind of split it into 2 categories. One for the homeschool providers, and those eligible expenses that we're proposing would be PPE, cleaning supplies, technology expenses, and curriculum reimbursement. And then for the private schools, PPE, cleaning supplies, technology, COVID-19 testing for faculty and staff, capital costs related to meeting the safety requirements for buildings, as well as tuition support that the schools could provide families that have the inability to pay. So The proposed process for this would be for Renew a Nation to actually do the intake on the applications, make sure all the documentation supported that, made sure that any kind of reimbursement was legitimate with receipts and related to COVID-19. That would be submitted to the county, and then the county would provide a reimbursement to Renew a Nation, who would then be able to provide it to the applicants. What staff is recommending at this time is an amount up to $600,000, and that figure was basically derived by indexing the amount of assistance that the public schools are receiving through CARES funding. So they've decided to kind of put caps in place at $70,500 for homeschool and $250,000 for private schools. Just, they don't know exactly what the reimbursement request will be, but those would be the caps for each applicant. So do you have any questions for me? If not, Curtis is here and he might be able to answer any questions that you may have.
It's $250 per private school?
Correct.
And how much was it?
Staff is recommending up to $600,000 be allocated to this program, and that is derived from a pure pupil cost indexed against public school assistance.
So basically, whatever the public school came out to per child, that's what we're doing for homeschooling?
Correct.
Right, okay. That's fair.
And I think and I think I understand where your question's going. I would say that not all private schools are created equal. So there's a couple private schools that are much larger than others. So there might be a few that, might be a couple that would definitely get 6 figures worth of reimbursement, but there's a couple private schools.
Would
that
the
are-
private school
are
not
very
also
small,
fall under
so-
the per student thing that you're talking
Yeah,
about? So it doesn't matter?
Basically, there are
Yeah.
about 1,200 students in Bedford County
Yeah,
that
so-
don't receive public education, and so we index that against the 9,200 public school students. So it's just a straight.
1,200 and 9,200, I thought it was like 25%. Why?
That's right. Where did we get that? Because it was 12% before COVID, and we understood it was 25%.
I believe that you probably, the ones that are enrolled through the homeschool or the online academy or whatever it is to the public schools, I believe some of those numbers are believed.
Virtual school.
Virtual school, that's it, or whatever they call it.
One of the reasons I got involved in this was because I was hearing from parents the concern about their kids being home and
That's still public school.
the public school and, yeah, and those who are doing the homeschool option, and some of them don't have internet, some of them are home by themselves all day long. And so when this started, churches were coming to me. I have 2 churches right here in the town of Bedford that said, we'll open our doors and you can bring, the kids can come in here, it'll be a safe place, they can use our internet, we'll have people here. So I don't see that funding here. Where is that?
Yeah, we actually have a really exciting additional project that we're working on that we will update you all on during Robert's County Administrator report that actually gets to those alternative learning environments
Is there
that
money
double
that
as
we're gonna
childcare.
associate with that? Because I'm not wanting to kick anything down the, maybe we need to hear from Curtis. I don't want to kick any more cans down there are kids right now. I'm getting calls this week. Sunday in church, a lady said to me, my kid's in public school, he can't even get instruction. And when he asked for help, when he does go in a couple days a week, he's told he has to make an appointment to get help. So
Andy,
what's going on here
sure.
is crazy, but we have churches who are willing to let their kids come in and do their homeschool and do their work
Sure.
there.
And I think that's wonderful, and that's great to hear that there is that interest there and that there might be a great supply if we are able to move forward with this. Andy Crawford and I, in just the last couple of days, I think Wednesday or Thursday last week, have started having really in-depth discussions with United Way, who has a program called Smart Beginnings, and we've actually started to put together a foundation for a proposal to bring to you all that actually takes everything that you just mentioned into consideration. I don't have the information right in front of me.
But let me ask you this. why do we bring in United Way when we have New Nation, who already has done a website for us, who's already done the criteria for us? They've been working on it for months, and now we're gonna bring in more parties. I don't understand that.
Yeah, we're hoping that we can combine this all into one effort, and I'm gonna have Andy actually address this because he's more versed in this than I am.
I'll do my best. So what we looked at with this project plus the daycare issue that's in the county is that we have several different, and I had to educate myself, so I've got my cheat sheet. We have licensed childcare, and then we have unlicensed childcare. And when you look at, and then you have unregistered childcare, which are childcare providers that nobody knows about except for the parents who use them, like I used when I had young kids. So then when you scroll down, then you have child daycare centers that are licensed. And then you have religiously exempt centers that are done in churches that are, the licensing units go in and monitor them, but they're not considered fully licensed. And then you have family day homes that are licensed. And then you have voluntary registered family day homes that are not licensed, but they let the state know they exist. And then you have the others that nobody knows exist. So you put all that in together, and then you have what we're trying to get to with Renew a Nation is the YMCA and some other centers who want to or already have expanded care. And then we know that there are other centers like maybe Sedalia, churches here in town, churches in the community who want to do more. And I can't wait to talk to Curtis to see what else other information he's got. So we kind of have a menu that we're trying to put together for you all where centers can get an additional funding based upon what tier they're trying to jump up to or what they're trying to create. So at the top of that tier is what we're calling emergency child care during pandemic, or which is the internet sites or expansion. So you have expansion like the Y is doing right now. We're doing after school care at some of our schools that have a certain number of need. And then what I understand Renew a Nation is trying to do with some other providers is to actually come up with internet hotspot places where folks can come in with prompters to provide supervision for kids who can get their school work done. So we're trying to figure out a way to get all that wrapped up for y'all. I wish
I'd like
it was
to hear
easy.
from Curtis. I'd like to hear his point of view.
Come on, guys.
So first of all, I just want to thank Robert and Amanda and Ashley. Been great to deal with. So thank you first of all for that. I think this is a great opportunity. My only concern is, and I love to hear about that aspect of it, the opportunity they can create. My only concern is listening to everyone talk about the COVID funds and the time frame that we have. I'm not opposed to helping and working with this. I think it's a great idea. My concern is time is of the essence. And when we're talking about in a working group of this size and scope, it's a great thing to think about if we were 6 months earlier. That's my only concern. So if you're asking me, I'm leaving that up, of course, to you guys. But I think there's a scalable item, and that scalable item is maybe looking at learning centers and things that are happening now. Because if we wait 30 days, I don't know when this was proposed to talk about. So my only suggestion would be, is there a scalable piece that we've already worked on that if you were thinking about adding this, which we did propose, can we take that and carve that out and to help the community now? But that would be my only thought. I think it's a great idea to scope this and grab more of these pieces, because I think there's a lot of pieces that we may miss. However, again, I go back to time is of the essence, and if we're talking about another 30 days, we're really going to only have about 30 days, maybe 40 or so, to really get with the community and utilize those funds. So at this point in time, we've got the website. I was just waiting to complete with Amanda and the group on the MOA, because I have to facilitate a change to that website to match that MOA. So I was kind of hesitant on doing any more work until we finalize this, but I can do that absolutely quickly. So the only piece I would say is the scope and what could we do now versus, and continue to work on this. So I don't know if that helped at all.
It does, and I appreciate the daycare aspect of it, but I also like the learning center aspect of it. And maybe the DSS and the United Way can work on the daycare piece, and you can do these learning centers that are popping up piece. And we can, since it's already ready, and you've been working on it for a long time, our first meeting was 2 months ago about it, and we can get like these students in a place, in a safe place to get some school and get some work done with the internet and all the different things. So I, Mr. Chair, would like to propose that we give the $600,000 that they've asked for the middle school and the private schools, but then an additional $600,000 for the learning centers. And I would like to make a motion to do that.
All right. Well, is there any other discussion on that?
So what do we have left in the bucket?
Well, that's a good question. Coming into tonight's meeting, I made some assumptions. I was working on a spreadsheet right before the meeting, but now that we don't know exactly what we're doing with the HVAC units quite yet. I mean, I think we're dedicated to spend some money on it, but when we included the $1.6 million for the HVAC for the schools, let's just assume we'll end up spending that in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Whether it's 3 schools, 4 schools, doesn't matter.
Whether it's in the next month or 2 or.
The way I was looking at it is that depending on how we wanted to do the whole salary calculations, we essentially have $3.7 million that we don't have tied to something. I mean, I was going to, based on tonight's discussion, I was going to go over just a little bit more detail. I was going to pay at least $3.7 million out of the salaries, so then we can use them for something else. But we don't have to do that. I mean, we can dedicate it to something different, a different project. So.
And, we don't know whether these learning centers will even use all the $600,000, then it can go back into, those other projects. But at least it's put it out there so that they have it if they need it. These are students that need internet. These are students that need a safe place to go. And it's our job, that's our main job, is to take care of our citizenry. And we have kids who aren't getting, I'm so frustrated with the whole education piece right now. I talked to one school board member this week and told them that they need to take a page out of Liberty University because they are having classrooms every day and not a lot of sickness.
You have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Are we still discussing?
Yeah, we can still.
So what derives the $600,000 for learning centers? I mean, is it like 4, 3, 2, 10?
I don't know, and I'll let Curtis answer because he came up with the figure. I mean, I guess I'll just say my one concern was that those are various nonprofits and entities and so forth. And previously, the county had allocated $350,000 for nonprofit assistance, and that's for any nonprofit in the county. And to date, we've received applications for I think about $260,000 or $270,000 worth of nonprofits, and that's for everybody. And of course, I had this conversation was that the learning centers is kind of a subset of nonprofits. So to me, I was questioning when we had this conversation before, just to be totally open and candid. I was questioning a little bit of, well, if we have $350,000 for all the nonprofits, and we have a subset here, do we really need 600? But I mean, we can always do 300, and if we need more, we can always come back and get more. So that was kind of the approach I was thinking about from a staff perspective.
Your thoughts about that?
And how will the money, can you give us at least a quick synopsis of how the money will be spent? I mean, I understand maybe for people being there, because you can't just say, hey, you have access to the church and no one's there, right? So you're gonna have somebody there. You're gonna maybe even pay for some additional broadband or something. So are those the kinds of expenses that you're talking about here?
Yes, sir. So I think there's been,
Cleaning.
It's on here.
there's several projects that we've been involved with, and they range greatly. So some of them are small scopes with just some internet. Space is the big piece. So, you know, where are the kids going to sit? You know, if they're doing homework, you know, they're not just going to be up running around. Is there going to be a proctor? So again, these are some of the things we're looking at depending on the scope. So at this point in time,
It varies.
It varies, and I've gotten some calls that vary greatly. And there's some that are thinking big, you know, that really are looking for the future at creating some learning center space with a build out, with multiple areas that people can not only do their homework, but actually get some socialization in there as well when schools aren't in session. So I'm not opposed, and I think at this point in time, how many groups approach us, I don't know. It's simply because we don't have a lot of time. So I'm certainly not opposed to looking at a smaller scale at maybe like 400,000, round this out to $1 million, because we've got to get to these folks and we've got to find them. Like Robert said, I wouldn't want money to sit there that you guys could utilize. So this reporting process that we have will be week by week. So I'm hoping we can keep an eye on that. And if we don't see a lot of movement, then those funds need to help somebody else. So my whole goal is to get the money out there, but also to be good steward. I hope that makes sense, because we're going to do some on this weekly. So it all depends on who we can get to in this short amount of this window.
Mr. Chairman, I like Robert's idea. I mean, the 300,000, and his points are well made, that, you know, the money's not just flying out there, and we can always revisit it if there's a need for more money.
Ms. Bainsley, you want to amend your motion?
I'll amend my motion to be $1,600,000 for private and homeschool support and $400,000 for these learning centers.
And just a point of order, we'll want to also amend the draft memorandum of agreement to include the learning center language. So.
All right. You've heard the motion from Mrs. Bainsley. Ms. Bainsley?
Yes.
Ms. Park?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. All right. Next, 9H, boardroom changes.
What?
Page switch code.
This is the item that was carried up from the consent agenda.
All right, so in your packet tonight, there was a consent agenda item for authorization to issue an invitation. Jeremy Lucas is here again from Master Engineers. We'd be glad to answer any questions, but at the last board meeting, we talked about whether or not we leave the existing setup here with the dais in the front or the dais to the side. I think the direction that we got from a staff perspective was kind of look at it from both options. So I'd be glad to answer any questions about the setup of the room. And Mr. Lucas is here as well, who can answer any questions too.
Well, I think, well, Mr. Davis is the one that brought the point. I think Mr. Davis is saying, put in the cameras and don't change anything else. That's what he's suggesting.
And also, for instance, last week, Mr. Skelly even recommended a lift instead of in lieu of a ramp.
Yeah, we need something handicapped.
Serve the purpose.
I think Edgar said we've got one at church that you never even know it's there when they run it, right?
So again, this is your all's meeting room, so we'll proceed however you all think we should proceed. I think from an audio-visual perspective, I think the room does lay a little better this way. The audio-visual guy could be back here in this double-door closet in the center of the aisle. If you look at the plan that was in there, I think.
I don't want an audio-visual guy.
Well, the audio-visual equipment, and I believe, help me out, Jeremy, there will be some type of person that's going to be required.
So there's the simplified option of you preset the videos and someone can hit the button, record, and it gets streamed. In order to do anything more advanced, you really do need somebody that is operating it and changing the views of the cameras. The technology isn't there for auto tracking video.
I disagree with you. I was in a temporary trailer at TVA for project meeting, the kickoff meeting for the Paradise Project in Kentucky. And this is in a trailer like we had at the Forest Middle School. And they had a conference room in that trailer. And I was shocked because, I sit down in this little temporary shelter, and as we start the meeting, on the screen, whoever is speaking, their pictures up on the screen. And so there's cameras in the room. This is a temporary trailer. There's cameras in the room. Nobody's sitting there operating it.
Right.
And because it's picking up what microphone is speaking.
Just like a Zoom
And so
meeting.
the camera, then that one, it switches over to that camera, and that person's face is on there. And that's what I asked for.
If you want that option, then we've got to put 12 cameras in here instead of 3.
That's what I asked for.
So
That's what I wanted. Because I didn't want to have somebody have to come to our meetings every time. We should have, if it takes 12 cameras, then let's have 12 cameras and then be done with it. We don't need to move the room. That's not what we asked for. What we asked for is for people to be able to get a good feel for what's happening in our meetings, be able to see the face of the person talking, whether it be the speaker at the podium or one of us supervisors or staff, whoever it is. And if it takes 12 cameras, it takes 12 cameras. But I saw this in a temporary trailer that got torn down after that project was built. And if they can put that in a temporary trailer, I'm certain we can put it in this room. That is what I asked for from day one. Never asked to move this room around, never asked for anything other than something that doesn't have to be manned, so somebody doesn't have to spend their time. Sir, are you getting paid for what you're doing? Or are you volunteering?
I am getting paid.
You're getting paid. Well, I'm glad you're getting paid. Nevertheless, the reality is, if we had a system like that, which if it can be built in a temporary trailer, should be able to be put here, that's, in the long term, that's a very good investment.
From our discussions with our AV specialists that we have been using, that video tracing technology is still lacking when it becomes streaming and broadcasting. It's a little bit different than video conferencing. That's my understanding.
And that may be true, but what I experienced in that meeting blew me away, and I thought, how are you doing this? And they said, oh yeah, there's cameras all over, and it picks up the mic, and it knows exactly, if I sneeze, it's gonna let them know who sneezed,
Right. Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is this, the cameras and stuff, is this something that we're now required to do?
We're not, I don't know if we're required to do it, but there's other localities that do something similar, and I feel like
I'm just asking.
I'm all for good open government.
Yeah.
Transparency.
And that's I don't know how many times I read about something that I said or read about what the board does, and I think, what are these people talking about? But the problem is, I'm not talking about the newspaper, I'm talking about Facebook. But the problem is, people aren't here. Look how many people are here. And I'd like to be able to go, hey, watch this. And I don't want them to see little dots, you know, in this big expanse with little faces. I want them to be able to see who's talking, see, you know, and hold me responsible, hold me accountable, or whoever's in the seat, because I probably won't be here, but whoever's in the seat. That's good open government. That's what I've been looking for. So I thought, in light of the fact that people couldn't even come into the building for a while, it made sense that we would invest in this technology so that it would be the next best thing to be in there. And since COVID's going to be around a while, and who knows if we'll start returning back to other phases, you know, I don't know. Florida's opening up, but you know, Virginia doesn't seem to ever open up. You know, I don't know where we're going to be, but obviously we can't have too many people in here right now. We can't have the same kind of crowd that we had back in December for the Second Amendment rally. In the end, you know, the more people that can see this and get a good quality presentation, the better. And so if we have to invest in that technology, I'd like to invest in that technology. So now, like I said, I can't speak to the streaming of it,
Right.
but I know the technology exists to track who's talking.
So we specifically reached out to, I think we heard from, I don't remember who it was now, but somebody liked the way the city of Lynchburg does their meetings. So the audiovisual team that we've been working with behind the scenes to design everything are the folks who designed the city of Lynchburg council chambers. And we specifically asked them the question, can it be fully automated where you just flip a switch, turn it on, and it automatically zooms on people and records and live streams? And I believe the answer, Jeremy, was that they're
No, they have an
people.
operator there.
And I know Burnham County has a person, so if there's a locality out there that does it totally seamless where there's no person, we can try to research that and figure out where that is and see what the technology looks like.
And we can contact TVA and find out what they've used to do.
Mr. Chair.
Again, I don't know if they were streaming it, but I do think that we had somebody call in that.
That sounds like a Zoom meeting. I mean,
Right. I mean, well, it was, except, you know, we had a conference room. We were sitting around, you know, opposite ends of the table and the thing was picking it up. Because it sort of freaked me out when I first saw myself. I'm like, oh. But if that can happen, I'm confident technology's out there. We don't have to necessarily follow Lynchburg titties.
Our understanding is that the audio tracing is there for the audio portion. The video tracing on the streaming level, production level, is not automated enough to rely on it at this point in time.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would like to see us leave this just like it is. Go for what you said, but if we have to, we can sit a guy in that corner over there to run it, not change it to that wall, and then do away with all those pews out there, use chairs. That way you can put more chairs up in this area, they can stay over there. Bridget can stay here, and we don't lose all this money by redoing all that over there.
we do need a handicap accessibility.
Yeah, and if we need a handicap thing.
Just put a ramp here.
It will not fit there with Bridget's workstation there.
You have to do something.
You would most likely have to do it over here and you'll lose the second spot for staff.
If you do away with the pews and put chairs in there, you could have a whole lot more chairs up front when you get rid of these tables and stuff.
Well, if we lose the second spot, maybe we just extend that out and we lose a couple of seats right there on the end or something.
So, and currently there's, if we keep this, there's the presentation level of this too that we were currently including. That's, so you can see it better than the projector over there. The audience can see it better than the projector. It will stream with that. It'll connect to the other boardrooms or other training rooms in the building directly for overflows for Second Amendment type popularity in the future. But those options also included modifying the dais to address your workspace areas, putting the monitors in, making it technology friendly, and but by the time you put any of that into it, there's modifying this versus building a new is not that much difference in cost.
I thought you said that we were each going to have our own monitor, so why would we have to look at the wall?
That's instead of having to look at the wall. So, but this would have to be all reworked in order for that to occur.
So there would be a monitor each of the individual workstation here, so there would be 7 monitors up there, so you would be able to look down and see that zoning presentation or whatever, you'd be able to look right at your, like your laptop is now, you'd be able to see the presentation.
So you're saying this won't work?
It will not work as well with the new technologies that were being presented on the presentation level to assist with the presentation side, and even with the video conferencing in side of things. It would work, but there's a lot of modifications that would need to happen with the existing dais, such that the cost difference between new and hiring carpenters to get in here and redo it all is not as great.
I don't understand where you're coming from on that. You mainly talking about putting in monitors, rewiring, all this.
Well, the monitors, in order to not affect the microphones, not to block your sight, would be recessed more than your laptop monitors, because they would actually be larger.
Do we have to get the handicap accessibility, or we just need to wait till Tommy needs it?
I think if we're making modifications, we're probably going to be required to bring it up to AD compliance. I think that's what it comes down to.
There's some gray room in that you have to make it so that you can adapt it to it. So do you have to put the lift in right now? No, but it has to be able to be put in, is the way I understand it.
And if that's the case, you may as well go ahead and put it in.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, well, I think we've had enough discussion, and we're just gonna figure out what we're gonna do. Thank you. All right. You've heard all the information here. I'm gonna entertain a motion.
Well, for what?
Good luck.
That's what you guys are gonna tell me. That's why I'm the chair. I don't have to make that decision. I just have to vote. Somebody else got to make a motion.
I just don't understand why you can't have a little monitor here. Why this has to be all torn down for us to have a little monitor. I don't get it.
I get along fine without a monitor. I think I make a motion that we just hold off on this project. Who knows, after the election, things might open up. And I don't see people flooding into these rooms. How many people are gonna watch at home if we go to all this expense? I know I wouldn't.
Mr. Sharp, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
So, approving the ad does not mean you have to take the bid, and the work's already been done. It is ready to go to ad in 3 days. So, you're approving, my understanding is...
We're not spending any money.
You're not spending any more money than what we have already put into this project by advertising it.
We're just going to get some bids to have some real numbers to work with.
Right. And then you can make the final decision of what you would like to do then, and we can always value engineer and entertain discussion with the low contractor. So we do have a package that is bid ready, so.
I think that's a reasonable.
That just wanted to.
We have a motion on the floor.
Just wanted to remind you of that.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got a motion on the floor to table this. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Mr. Davis.
You want to table it, or do you want to rescind your motion?
Let's go on and vote on the table since he's asked for the vote. We can turn it down and then get another motion.
I could rescind my motion if...
Just say no.
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 Mr. Scott.
What? Yes.
Mr. Tuck.
I want to hear the bid. Is a yes?
Yeah,
If it's a no, then.
We're voting to table the motion.
Is that you're not tabling.
Right, that's correct.
No.
Are you for tabling? Are you for tabling this motion?
Say no.
Bob's motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're for.
We're going to withdraw the motion.
Just say no.
And we're going to take the
Just
bids.
say no, Nancy.
No, Nancy.
No. Mrs. Parker? Mrs. Parker, no. All right, chair votes no. Now, anybody want to make a new motion?
All right, so, what's that?
I make a motion, we get bids.
All right, got a motion from Mr. Scott that we approve resolution R 092820-17. No, it's not, I'm sorry, not that one. Not that one.
It's,
Resolution R 092820-12. Sorry.
Yes.
Mrs.
Yes.
Maisley, Mrs.
Yes.
Parker?
Aye.
Yes. Mr. Tuck?
Yes.
Mr. Davis? Yes. Chair votes yes. Man, wow, okay. Board committee reports, none, right? Board comments.
Mr.
Keep
Chair,
your mouth shut.
I got a comment, and I think it's appropriate. I think we ought to go back to what we were doing in January. We need to have 2 board meetings a month, work sessions before the board meetings from 5 to 7. We got too much business to do for Bedford County to do in 1 meeting a month. And that's obvious by what we've been seeing happening in here.
By what time it
We've been having
is?
some late meetings.
And we need 2 board meetings. And if there are work sessions, have 2 work sessions a month in front of the board meetings. And I think we need to go back to that. We just can't keep cramming all this stuff. And we're making quick decisions. We're not having proper discussions.
Well, I think we're having discussions, but the
No.
problem is it's going for a long time.
I know people talk too much, but I think we need to go back to the old way of doing things.
I agree.
All right, yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I think historically.
I'm okay with that.
The 2 months that we had just 1 meeting were August.
June and July.
No,
August and December.
August and December. We had 1 meeting in August, and we had that first meeting in December.
And then we could
all
call
the other months.
And we could call an extra meeting in those 2 months if necessary, but right now we can keep it like that, but.
But historically, August and December were the 2
And-
that we didn't have 2 meetings.
Do you like the time that we start on these?
Well, I don't want to cause any big waves, but I wouldn't even be opposed to us starting our meetings a little bit earlier.
Well, the reality is we actually used to start them at 7:30. And
That's
now-
not early.
I know, now we start them at 7. So, you know, the problem is we end up having to cut our work sessions shorter sometimes. Because the work sessions used to go longer, they would run from like 5 to about
All
6:45.
right, why don't we have it 5 o'clock meetings, and if it's a work session, we can have 5 o'clock work session, 7 o'clock meeting.
Right, I agree. But I think, I don't know if I want to move it up earlier than 7 o'clock for a regular meeting. That lets people go eat their dinner and then make it here.
Well, you
We're
just
already
made-
30 minutes earlier than what we used to be.
You just made the comment, nobody was here, so.
Well, when they do want to come, I'd like for them to at least be able to have their dinner.
Well, they'll be able to watch it over those 12
Okay,
games.
second shift, people might be coming in the second.
And all the people, all the staff members who have to wait, and they get off work 4:35, and they have to wait till 7 for our meeting to even start, and then go on. I mean, they've been working all day too. I'm with you. I think we should start earlier.
As someone who is used to working half days, I'd like to stick to 7. I don't mind working 6 to 6.
Well, y'all keep saying 7,
12
but the
hours
reality
half
is
day,
our
right?
meetings are at 5. If we're going to what you're proposing, we're going to have work sessions before most of them. So your meeting's not at 7, your meeting's at 5. I mean, you know,
But-
as far as your schedule
when we
goes.
just have a meeting and.
The action item portion of the meeting.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just
We're
saying.
going to have
you know,
time to,
Yeah.
you know, wrap-
We're going to have to be here at 5, no matter what time the
When-
regular meeting starts.
When we have a regular meeting, for me, for me, 7 works good. Because I usually don't get out of work till 6.
You don't get through
As
playing
much
golf
as I
till,
try to,
yeah.
you know.
But
You don't come off a golf course before then.
All right, any other board comments?
Yes, I'm
Well-
sorry, but there is.
Well, I'm kind of making that as a consensus
But you can't make a motion in comments.
Well, you're talking about going back to 2 meetings a month. I think
Do it.
that's a consensus.
Yes.
Yeah, other than
I think until we
August.
get through
Do it.
heavy load, it's probably well placed.
Okay, except
I
for
want,
August and
okay,
December.
done.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to bring to everybody's attention here, and some of you know it, but the Daniels family, Eddie Daniels was killed in Vietnam, Van Daniels was wounded in Vietnam, they had, Clifton was wounded in Vietnam, Doug was drafted and then rescinded from the governor because the governor said your family's had enough, and their oldest son was Bobby Daniels, and he was missing in action in Korea in 1950. Is when he went missing in action. His remains are being sent back to Bedford today. They should have gotten home to Eldo or Priscilla or Clifford today. It's something that I think the board should do something. I don't know if it's a proclamation, resolution, or whatever, but this is huge, man. This is 70 years later, one of our citizens that was killed in Korea, in the Korean War, his remains are being returned. I just wanted to bring it to this board's attention.
You know, I came here from Ohio where the National Guard did the same dig, and I got down there. I mean, it really is amazing how Bedford County has been such a spot that's provided fighting men for our military throughout all the years. It really strikes me.
He's only got three siblings still alive. They all died, passed away.
Yeah, Main Street. Maybe you could assist staff with crafting a resolution of proclamation or something of that nature.
Thank you. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right, any other board comments? All right, board appointments. Looks like consideration of a request to appoint Ronnie Smith to represent District 1 on the Economic Development Authority.
I had someone resign. My person resigned over protest of the information he had to disclose about his financial dealings, so I'm replacing him with Ronnie Smith with your permission, with your approval.
All right, you've heard the motion from Mr. Johnson to approve Ronnie Smith or appoint Ronnie Smith to District 1 on the EDA. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. County Administrator report?
Couple things. I kind of already covered one of the things I was going to go over, and perhaps we can. Well, I've made these copies, so dang it, I'm gonna hand them out. You know, I already went over it, but 2, 3, 4. And this is really about the salary exchange that we kind of just talked about. But I'm not going to go over that in detail. I've already kind of covered that earlier in the meeting, but I just wanted to pass that out to everybody so you kind of have that.
I just want to point out as a reminder that this would be recovery of salaries spent. So one strategy the board might want to consider, if there's these other projects that we're allocating, like in the case of the $1 million that we just talked about with Review Nation, let's say only $500,000 of that gets spent. When we get to December, we can take a look at what's remaining of the CARES funds and then go back and look at what we've spent on salaries, because we know we're going to have more than enough to take up whatever gap or whatever remaining funds and CARES we may have. So that's one strategy that you guys might want to consider.
And we can talk about that in just a little bit more further detail at one of these extra work sessions, so, which is good. Only 2 other things. You heard just a little bit earlier, Amanda talked about the United Way partnership with the daycare. I think that social services and Amanda and some other folks are working really well with the Smart Beginnings and the United Way. We'd kind of like to move forward with getting kind of a memorandum of understanding put together with United Way to get some sort of daycare program out there. And it's really, I think, the more focus, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the focus is to really get more daycares licensed and ready to accept children and so forth, more children essentially. And that's, I know I was on a conference call the other day, and Megan Lucas was on it, and she was talking about how now that the PPE and testing and all that type of stuff has kind of been taken care of, the number one phone call she gets almost every day from the business community is about daycare. And that's in the whole region, not just Bedford County, but that's just a huge, with schools not really being at full throttle, that's a real challenge for our business community and our workers. So so anyways, we're going to move forward with those negotiations and try to get an MOU done as soon as we can for your all's consideration. And the final thing, and I think you've already handed it out, Ashley had prepared a nice, quick little summary of where we stood. If you want to get to the microphone, that might be good. Again, she'll just hint, take like 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, my son wakes up in 2 hours, so I'm ready.
Just talk about our financial condition at the end of the fiscal year. We still need to come back for a quarterly report as to where we are this fiscal year, but at least where we are at the end of June.
Yeah, so as requested at the last meeting, I just wanted to give you an overview of where we ended fiscal year 20. Again, I just want to remind you that this is preliminary. We still have cleanup. We have to actually do the entries for the reappropriations. We will have grant, supplemental, and reappropriations that we need to come forth with. But total revenues came in about $121.9 million with expenditures at $110.2 million, leaving revenues in excess of expenditures of $11.6 million. And then if you look below that, you'll see about $6.9 million of that is the CARES funds that we received prior to the end of the year. We do have some items that will get transferred out. That's part of the cleanup now that we've started looking at actually what we can reimburse. So we've got some things that we have to transfer out to the where we have the CARES funds budgeted. The fiscal year 20 reappropriations that we just looked at tonight, $423,000. And then I'm estimating fiscal year 20 grant reappropriations, which I will bring to you at the next meeting at about $1.5 million. That's just based on our historical amount we've had available. So as of right now, we have an estimated addition to unassigned fund balance of about $2.8 million. That's roughly $1.6 million higher than it was last year. So again, this can fluctuate either way, just depending on some year-end cleanup, but I just wanted to give you a nice quick overview. I think the key takeaway is that when you look at some of our key revenues, real property tax, for example, we came in at 101.96% of budget. Very in line with where we have in prior years, actually a little bit higher than where we did last year. So the effects of the pandemic were not what we thought that they could be. All of our key revenues came in at or above budget. Local sales tax, we had been on target to be 12 to 13% over budget all year long. We finished the year about 13.9% over budget. Current year, the first 2 months of the year are looking just as good. So we'll continue to monitor that. I did look at, like I said, July and August. We're looking really good, but I wanted to wait until the next meeting when we had a full quarter under our belt to really give you a full update on that. But as of right now, everything is looking very much in line.
That's great news.
Yeah, I think we can probably, unfortunately, we can thank the federal government for its stimulus money that probably kept things afloat. If it hadn't been for that stimulus money, then that would have completely changed people's spending far more than what it did.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still people out there hurting, but that injected a lot of money into the economy that then got spent and created revenue for us as well. So
Yeah. Any questions on that?
that's good news.
You're welcome.
Can I just make a statement about the United Way's participation?
Can you make it at the next meeting? We still have a closed session.
I just want, all I want to say is the salary of the CEO is over $1 million.
All right, county attorney reports.
Mr. Chair, I would call for a motion to go into closed session regarding section 2.2-3711A8, specifically pertaining to consultation with legal counsel regarding the county landfill and the broadband project.
Yes. A7 and A8?
Well, I don't want Ms. Bainsley participating in the New London Airport discussion.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Which we could put off to another meeting.
So let's do A8
So we're
first,
gonna
right?
do A8 first.
Right.
And then we're gonna do A7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, all right, yeah. Okay,
Aye.
Minute after midnight, coming way after midnight.
I think we're gonna meet in the other room, because they'll need to take stuff down.
Sure. You need a vote. All right, Mr. Scudder took off.
He said aye.
He did?
Yep.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Duffy?
Aye.
Davis? Aye. Bailey? Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
We are in closed session.